Please make yourself comfortable, and we will start soon. Good morning to those who are joining online as well. And welcome to the final conference of the syn.ikia project, an EU-funded project under Horizon 2020, focusing on the development of sustainable plus energy neighbourhoods. Today is the final conference, as I said, after 5 years of project. And yes, my name is Clara Maffei. I'm Innovation and Project Officer at Housing Europe, which is the European Federation for Public, Cooperative and Social Housing. We are based in Brussels, and we work with the EU institutions to promote affordable housing and represent the interest of the sector here in Brussels. Our role in the project, we were communication and dissemination leader. And in a way, our mission was to try to identify how to best implement the concept of SPEN, of Sustainable Plus Energy Neighbourhoods, while combining and balancing housing affordability. And that was demonstrated through the demonstration projects, through the pilot, and as much as possible, we tried to disseminate this innovation within our membership. I'll pass on now to a few important housekeeping rules for those in the room. So in terms of the microphones, you see everyone has a microphone next to you. If we have time for questions from the audience, you will just simply have to press the red button. For those speaking here later on, if you have a presentation, in the same way, you just need to press the red button to speak. We will have several coffee breaks throughout the day, and you can see the coffee and snacks just outside the room. Later on, we will have lunch at the atrium, which is a bit far away from the room. It's all the way down the aisle to the left, but there will be several colleagues who will guide you to find lunch. In there, we will also have the cocktail after the event. That will start at 4 until 5:30. We will have to leave the room or the building actually at 5:30. And yes, no drinks or food is allowed in the room. I think except for water, which should be okay. And whenever you can during the coffee break, please go to one of the desks where there will be several participant lists where we will kindly ask you to sign to confirm your participation. I will quickly run you through today's agenda. Yes, so we will start with a few welcome speeches. And then we will hear from the project coordinator, Nikki Gaitani from NTNU, the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. We will have a few videos actually during the day. We will hear and we will see the progress from the different demo projects. And we will hear from tenants directly and their testimonies on how they felt the project went. We will hear from also Kieran Cuff, former MEP. We will have a coffee break then at 10:45. Then we will have another video to see the reality on the ground firsthand. We will hear from the experience of the different developers and housing providers on how they implemented the SPEN concept. We will also have a panel on flexibility, energy flexibility, and the role of buildings in ensuring a good energy balance. And then we will focus after lunch. That will be from 12:30 until 1:30. We will focus on the way forward, so the enabling conditions in terms of policy and financing framework to bring this concept of plus energy neighbourhoods to the next level and to the extra mile, and be able to replicate this in other contexts. So with that said, I would like to then give the floor to our host today, who's Andres Jatla. He's member of the European Committee of the Regions in the Commission for Territorial Cohesion and EU Budget. And he's board member also of Housing Europe. He's a chairman of ECIL, which is the Estonian Union of Cooperative Housing Associations. And he's recently published an own initiative report, an opinion, back in April 2024 on smart, sustainable and affordable housing as a tool for local authorities to face multiple challenges. It was really a call for better coordination between EU policies and housing policies at the member state level. So, Andres, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning to the European Committee of the Region. One of the institutions of European Union. We have 5 institutions. You know which one? European Parliament, European Commission, European Council, European Social and Economic Committee, and finally, most important, Committee of the Region. You have here most important European institutions building. So welcome again. My name is Andres Jadla. Committee of the Region are 273 members, like European Parliament, and I'm one of them from Estonia. Estonia, we have 7 members, but when I have a quite strong housing background, is always welcome Housing Europe, you, to this excellent final event. I understand 5 years hard work together with leadership, strong leadership is over, and congratulate for the results, and I hope this you can continue in this important topic what you have researched this time. I'm prepare some short present when Victoria say I'm only 10 minutes. Not only just talk some, but show something, do some pictures. Please, my slideshows is coming here. So here is my opinion in Committee of the Region, what we working with last year. This was like rising of housing in the topic of European Union policy. You know, right now we have European Commissioner, you have special committee in European Parliament, but this was how we on local level as local authorities rise the topics of the housing. This must be some policies in the level of European Union too. So that's your feeling, I think, same. You are with different member states. I understand 13 different countries, if I read your project. That's everybody, if you have a problem, they're coming to the local authorities, to the mayor, to the council, asking, I'm not affordable housing, I need some renovation. This is what we put attention to the new elected European Parliament in last year. We have many challenges: climate change, renovation, migration, and so on, spatial planning, so on. This is about my opinion. This was proved in last year, April. You can read this, to put this link in all European languages. This is translated to all languages, and there is many topics. I only stop for 2 of them. First of all, affordability of housing. This is really a problem in the main cities, even small cities, big cities in Europe, that not only the low-income group, but even in the middle-income group cannot have the affordable housing possibility in these cities where they work. Even nurses, policemen, all services that need, they must travel 1 hour, 2 hours to have affordable housing to live. This is a problem for all municipalities in Europe. And the other one is, of course, touristification. The big cities, even small cities, housing is not anymore for people. This is for the business. And this is a problem. If all city centers are empty, only using 2-3 months, and people have no affordable place to live. This is a big question for all of Europe. This is only member states or cities question. This is one topic what we raise. Another, what is more related with your project, is smart energy efficiency and sustainable housing. And we call to the continuity of the renovation wave. We see energy poverty If we pay half of our bills to the energy of 30%, this is too high. We have no any more money for the normal life. This is not acceptable, and from this coming renovation poverty. You are not able to renovate and pay the high cost and every day. This is not okay. This must have some European regulation too. We could have some smart solutions. I bring some case of Estonia. We have started renovation with prefabricated panels in the fabric. This means that we put some 3D model with using BIM to the computer and send to the factory, and they make the panels. And you can renovate the building with 1 week. If the normal way you do this with 1, 3, 6 months, and this is really 2024. We have like many local authorities around Estonia. We have such kind of example renovation. This is related to Europe. How we can research the near zero level energy using very quick and very efficient way. I think this is future of renovation. You see here some pictures. How this process going, very quick. All panels are prefabricated, just put with 1 week and cover this building. You can do this very efficient and quick way. Second, here you can see all the videos. In my time is very short, only 10 minutes. Victoria said this, I cannot speak longer, but you can see all the videos and see all the practical here. So, and other one, in my opinion, is we must calculate with Bauhaus rules. If we do the neighborhood renovation, here's here one pilot project in Tallinn, when we have the oldest part of the multi-block houses. We have like 4 buildings, and we want to renovate this together, like in your project. And this is question of how we can evaluate this architecture of 60s. This is some picture you see in the building. This was in walls, such kind of art. Must we keep them or not one? This is big discussion about architecture. How we can do this? Is this valuable or not? This is why I want to bring some example about neighborhood renovation. And I think our message in Committee Region, one of our messages right now, we have new opinion in the table, what is proved in this year. This is Mayor of Barcelona doing this, how we can, as local authorities, keep influence to the new affordable housing plan, what is planned in Parliament. And I think one of point is we must continue the renovation wave, as example of your project, and we have many other priorities there, but if we have a really limited time, I cannot open more widely, but hopefully you can hear this about affordable plan in future of the work of European Parliament Housing Commission. So, from my side, thank you very much, and wish you a nice and successful conference. Thank you, Housing Europe, for organizing, Clara, you here, and really enjoy this time here in the building feel the spirit of European institution here. And I think you are doing a great job in your project, and final conference and all that, something that is, in one hand is happy, but the other hand is what's next. This like not only the project, but is the building of the team. And if team is built with 50 years, what's next? You know each other, different meeting, you know, but I hope you have strong leadership, good partner, you can find some new ideas. I wish you luck of this day, and thank you very much. And if you have a question or details is here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Andres. So indeed, very important points on the neighborhood approach and how to combine that with innovation and housing affordability in the new affordable housing plan that actually today There's an important milestone where the new task force on housing and the special committee at the European Parliament on affordable housing are launching this new chapter at EU level with the new and the first DG on energy and housing. So that's happening today at the Parliament. So very timely. Now I would like to give the floor to Sarah Brinch. So she's the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture and Design at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, NTNU, which is actually, I think, Norway's largest school of architecture. So an essential person and organization in the future of what the syn.ikia project could be and in the rollout of the project itself. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your introduction. Dear host, dear guests, dear members, partners and participants of the syn.ikia project. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this important event towards developing Sustainable Plus Energy Neighbourhoods, or SPENs. Today, at syn.ikia's final conference, adequately named The Way Forward, experts in the respective fields has gathered, not only as experts, but as collaborative force working to define how to design and live in our neighborhoods and cities. Syn.ikia is, as you all know, an EU-funded project aiming at developing sustainable neighborhoods with surplus renewable energy across Europe. It was born as a response to an urgent challenge in the building sector, reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the built environments, while at the same time boosting access to affordable housing. The neighborhood scale offers a unique and powerful perspective in tackling the challenges of urban sustainability. And we just heard and saw in Anders Jarla's opening presentation example of this. And throughout the project, syn.ikia's piloting of 4 real-life sustainable plus energy neighborhoods set in different countries and climate zones have made proof of the importance of the neighborhood scale. By prioritizing shared resources, smart energy solutions, and community-driven design, we can achieve greater efficiency, resilience, and inclusivity than ever before. Each neighborhood is unique, requiring tailored solutions, innovative financial models, and strong governance to create truly vibrant and functional communities. This is why the discussions that will be held today are so valuable. By bringing together diverse expertise, real-world experiences, and forward-thinking ideas, we can shape the next steps in turning SPENs from concepts to reality. Through sharing of results and through several keynote presentations and panel discussions, the way forward will be addressed. I encourage you all to engage openly, challenge ideas, and explore new collaborations today. Together, we have the opportunity to drive lasting change and set a new standard of sustainable urban development. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to a productive and inspiring conference.
Thank you, Sarah. We will now continue with Nikki Gaitani, who was steering this boat for the last 5 years of the syn.ikia project. She was the project leader, and she's associate professor at NTNU as well. She specializes in energy efficiency and sustainable design, and particularly strategies at the neighborhood and city scale. So we will hear now where the key achievements, the main obstacles in the project. So the floor is yours, Nikki.
Thank you so much, Clara. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here today. After 5 years, when we started this project all together, we are here to celebrate and reflect on the achievements, many achievements in syn.ikia, and I would like to try to go through them within 10 minutes. That was my main challenge today. Hopefully I will manage. So, as you know, syn.ikia is an EU-funded innovation action project with 15 partners from 7 countries and with 4+2 neighborhood scale projects around Europe. We worked together with partners from Norway, from Denmark, from Austria, from Hungary, from the Netherlands, Denmark and Spain. I hope I mentioned everyone. And it was a great experience in enabling the knowledge exchange, but also making it happen. We managed to design, construct, and demonstrate that sustainable plus energy concept is possible. So our mission was to increase the share of sustainable neighborhoods with a surplus renewable energy, also looking into resilient and affordable living places and communities, and doing that in different contexts, climates, and markets in Europe. Here you can see our partners from all around Europe and our demonstration project in 4 different climate zones, in Fredrikstad in Norway, in Uden in the Netherlands, in Barcelona in Spain, and in Austria in Salzburg. Our goals are quite ambitious: to achieve over 100% energy savings, 10% life cycle cost reduction, 100% greenhouse gas emission reduction, 90% renewable energy generation triggered by the project, and all these goals compare to the nearly zero energy building concept. So we proposed the concept of Sustainable Plus Energy Neighbourhoods, or what we call SPEN. And this is a highly energy efficient and energy flexible neighborhood with a surplus of energy from renewable sources. And this is the key challenge was to achieve and integrate energy efficiency in building, at the same time flexibility in the energy consumption, and local supply of renewable energy, but doing that in an integrated way. But our concept, apart from the novel technologies at the neighborhood level, entails good architectural and spatial qualities, sustainable behavior and well-being, and housing affordability and citizen involvement. We built this concept in 5 pillars of sustainable neighborhoods, and what we call them 5 Ds. So these Ds, I will go through these Ds: decarbonization, in order to create climate neutral and energy efficient neighborhoods to minimize the footprint and generate surplus renewable energy; democracy, how to ensure inclusivity, affordability, and citizen empowerment at the same time in a very high quality living environment; digitalization, we leverage on big data and smart networks to enhance housing management and improve the daily life through innovative technologies; decentralization, to enable energy flexibility by integrating renewables into the grid and balancing the energy demand and generation sustainably. And it's also about design, how to combine energy, architectural, and spatial solutions to enhance attractiveness, make it appealing, and also enable a wider adoption of the energy efficient housing. And we had this vision But it wasn't only a vision. We wanted to demonstrate that this is a concept that can be implemented. So we have 4 real-life neighborhoods with a number of innovative approaches. It's in each one of them. You will hear more about them later. With a number of housing units in Uden, 39, in Fredrikstad, 44, in Barcelona, 38, and 230 housing units included in our demonstration project in Salzburg. One of our demos, actually, in Salzburg, received an award last year, the State Award on Architecture and Sustainability. And it's a great honor to have this project in our project. I will just go through a few of the achievements of the project, starting with the evaluation framework. Within the project, we wanted to document and assess the performance of the project in different phases. We have them from the design, construction, and then monitoring. So we have developed an innovative evaluation framework on the neighborhood level. And it includes 5 main categories, looking into energy performance, economic performance, indoor environmental quality, but also indicators related to the social performance. And also looking into the smartness, or what we also call flexibility, energy flexibility of the demos, the neighborhoods. And when we do the assessment, we are looking into the building level, but also on the neighborhood level. So 2 spatial levels. And looking into all these indicators, I was counting yesterday almost 17 core indicators that we are collecting for all these projects. It's quite impressive to have all this data. Another achievement was to work in an integrated way. And we enhance the methodology of integrated energy design, but on a neighborhood level. So we had a close connection and collaboration, developing more phases in this participatory, co-creational design, connecting all the actors and looking into all the different ambition levels. And we are happy to share with you a guideline for integrated energy design on a neighborhood level. As I said, we wanted to demonstrate. And demonstration means this operates according to the ambition level. So we are looking into the energy flows, the energy production, generation at the local level, but also how this energy is shared and used in these buildings. And we are happy to say today that we have reached our goal because all these buildings are plus energy on a neighborhood scale. We are also producing energy locally. We cover the energy needs. And we also checked surveys with the users' satisfaction. And these projects are scoring quite high. So we are happy to say. Here in this figure, you mainly see the simulated results for all the demos. But in a week, we will be able to publish the monitor results. And for all the demos you will see, these are plus energy neighborhoods. Another innovative aspect of this project was the focus on energy flexibility. And this is the ability of the buildings to dynamically adapt to variations in the energy demand and supply, and how to optimize the use of self-generated energy, and at the same time reducing dependence on the electrical grid. And that was very interesting approach. We develop the models that are actually assess the potential of these neighborhoods to support the grid, but also to enable the self-consumption, and at the same time respond to signals that they get from the grid. So we have developed with the good partners flexibility functions, flexibility indexes for all these neighborhoods. Syn.ikia has a number of innovations. Here I'm listing 14. These innovations are on the ICT level, as I mentioned, for the flexibility, We also developed the syn.ikia Cloud Hub and weather forecasting, so a dynamic approach of how these neighborhoods perform. We also had a number of context-specific solutions, like the integral energy management, the neighborhood scale predictive twin, and urban simulations tools. And here you can see this context-specific simulation. We also have a number of innovative technologies. The technology innovation was really important in this project. Yes, but apart from all these technological aspects, I want to highlight the emphasis we gave to the social sustainability. And that was how to engage and how to empower the users, how to have access to affordable and high-quality neighborhoods. And we did that with many actions, like fostering the citizens' participation with activities like sharing a garden, sharing farming, cycling all together, but even having ambassadors, the energy ambassador, for example, in Ude, or lots of activities that I can name in Salzburg or in all of our demos in Norway with festivals. So somehow all the users were on board and followed this journey. We tried to develop even digital tools to implement the feedback from the neighbors. And we also conduct a post-occupancy, what we call evaluation, in order to check, do we meet the goals, the design objectives, and what is the user satisfaction of these buildings? I would like to also mention different tools that we used and developed on a policy level. We looked into how to monetize the number of benefits that we can see and assess in syn.ikia project. This is what we call the multiple benefits, and we have developed a dedicated tool, which is actually a useful tool for decision and policymakers and investors. It's based on a social cost-benefit analysis and compare the benefit cost. And also, we have the return of investment. So this is also useful to be able to assess which are all these benefits. We looked into the policies. We follow closely what is happening at the European level, and that's why we're really happy to be here at the institution. We follow closely the revision of the EPPD, and we are happy to have speakers that will explain us all this connection to the neighborhood level later on. And we even try to make fact-sheets for tailor recommendations at the countries that we had the demonstration projects, but also at the European level. And you can have a look at our proposals, also related to the EPPD implementation and the next steps. I would also like to mention the work on the financial side. Financial instruments, we look into different models to enable the implementation, different business models, and check the financial schemes. And we see that there is a barrier in realizing the full potential of sustainable plus energy buildings and neighborhoods. At the speed and the scale, we lack finance. So two key aspects that we want to highlight to fuel the uptake of SPENs are schemes and policies that can incentivize collective action, and schemes that are inclusive and accessible to a variety of target groups. I'm closing this speech about syn.ikia, and I want to highlight the most important aspect in this project, were the people. People are actually, and collaboration, the strong collaboration among partners. These are the main ingredients for the large-scale implementation of SPENs. And I feel that the neighborhoods give us the space and the horizon to rethink about future, give us the space to enable the transition to what we want, a climate-neutral society. Thank you all. And special thanks to the partners, to the consortium, to the amazing work that we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. quite emotional at the end. So yeah, we are going to hear now directly, actually, from those who we aim to serve, who are the tenants themselves. And we will watch a couple of videos from the Netherlands, from the project in Uden, and how the journey was for the social housing company, how they experienced the installation of the different energy systems, and we will hear directly from the tenants who live in the buildings that have been supported with the syn.ikia project. So I'll give the floor to the videos, Victoria. Sorry, there is a small technical issue. Wait. No, it's solved.
We staan vandaag letterlijk op de bouw aan de Loopkaststraat 3 in Uden. Dit project dat wordt gerealiseerd door Hendrik Koppelmans in opdracht van woningstichting Area. Het bestaat totaal uit 39 appartementen, waarbij het project ook onderdeel is van het syn.ikia project. Dit is het Nederlandse demoproject, waarbij we op zoek gaan naar Sustainable Plus Energy Neighbourhoods. Bij mij aanwezig vandaag is Marty Smits van Hendrik Koppelmans. En graag nemen we jullie mee op een rondje op de bouw. En om een eerste indruk te krijgen van hoe ver we ervoor staan, is dat het beste te bekijken vanuit de lucht.
Van buitenaf gezien lijkt het een normaal appartementengebouw, maar van binnen zijn innovatieve installatiecomponenten toegepast. Die hebben we hier even bekijken in de technische ruimte. Allereerst hebben we hier een bodemwarmtepomp die door middel van bodemlussen de verwarming verzorgt en binnen het gebouw via vloerverwarming het gebouw opwarmt. Het ventilatiesysteem in het appartement bestaat uit een ventilatiebox die de natte ruimtes afzuigt. En de verse lucht wordt toegezogen via zelfregende ventilatieroosters in de kozijnen. De zonnepanelen die op het dak liggen, die zijn allemaal individueel per appartement aangesloten en gaan via de omvormer naar de meterkast. Wat het extra bijzonder maakt bij deze appartementen is dat het uitgerust is met diverse sensoren die het binnenklimaat en het energieverbruik meten.
Waarom hebben we nu eigenlijk dit volledige gebouw voorzien van sensoren? Nou, dat is eigenlijk om de volgende reden. Het gebouw hier achter mij hebben we ook volledig digitaal nagebouwd in een zogenaamde Predictive Twin. Aan die Predictive Twin daar hebben we eigenlijk alle fysische eigenschappen toegevoegd, zowel de installatie als de isolatie. En op basis daarvan kunnen we eigenlijk een voorspelling doen hoeveel energie het gebouw op een bepaald moment gaat verbruiken. Eén factor is daar redelijk variabel in en dat is het gedrag van uiteindelijke bewoners. Nou, en daar komen deze sensoren van pas. We meten gedurende een bepaalde periode hoeveel energie er gebruikt wordt door de bewoner en die resultaten worden in de Predictive Twin ingevoerd. Nou, en op basis daarvan kunnen we nog exacter bepalen en voorspellen hoeveel energie er verbruikt wordt. En dat heeft eigenlijk als doel om de balans te krijgen in de energieopwekking van onze zonnepanelen en het energieverbruik van onze bewoners. Voor meer informatie kijk op de website www.syn.ikiaEU en voor nu geniet nog even van het uitzicht.
So the second video is with some testimonials from the people living there, actually. So.
Hi, I'm Thomas. I'm 23 years old and I'll be resident from the maatschappelijk mooi building, apartment 5Z.
Naomi, I'm 25 years old and I'm also a resident.
What it means to be an ambassador here is to get your time in and make sure that you have the social contact going on with the residents here. We also are thinking of a buddy system, so everyone will be responsible for an attendant that requires help, be like their central spokesperson, and make sure that they feel comfortable there. That will be my role, but that will actually be everyone's role here.
I think it's important to have that we invest in the activities. So we have a sports park and go do sports, or we can do a movie night, so that everyone everyone from Labyrinth feels included in the community. So it's better for them to move out eventually, so they don't need any help anymore.
Area, our living corporation, actually posted a vacancy on their website, stating like the goal of the building and where it needs to head it to. Yeah, we applied for that and explained why well we thought it's a good idea and our motivation to join a building like this with a different social aspect to it. That's how we got in. And right now we're also involved in getting the rest of the attendees. We're now with 9 ambassadors, but there are 23 apartments. We're also involved in getting these new people in to see if it's a good fit, to check if they have the right social mindset to be involved in this process.
For me, it doesn't depend on where I live to invest in my neighbors, so I like the idea. And I hoped it would be as fun as I thought it would be. And now, because of most of the tenants are my age, so it makes it better and more interesting to see that more people of my age are invested in these kind of ideas, both for the environment but also for the community.
And I read that the whole thing is to have more and closer contact to your neighbor. That actually reminded me in a period that I was living in Den Haag, in a bigger city, and I came there. I didn't know anyone, and just building up any social contact, given it was Corona time as well, it was really difficult because no one really seems to be interested in talking to you. Just to know your neighbor a bit better, being able to step to them, having a really low bar in striking up a conversation, or at least know what they're up to and what you can ask them if you maybe are in need of something.
Depending on the mindset, because for me myself, I like to put aside all the troubles, all the what if thinking, the worst case scenario thinking. I think if everybody just invests as much as they can, then you're already doing your jobs.
Actually, I'm an engineer at a sustainable company as well. I've chosen that company because I see future and care about sustainability, and I think that's just a cool thing in general. It's something where really my interest lays, and I think we really need to keep on going in the world in general.
It's an extra plus.
It's an extra plus.
It's an extra plus.
Well, hopefully that was a little bit inspiring on what the reality of a positive energy neighborhood approach looks like in practice. So I'll like to give the floor now to Karen Cuff to really highlight the importance of the neighborhood approach in this decarbonization journey that we're heading towards. He's co-chair of the European Green Party, and he served as a member of the European Parliament from 2019 to until last year. And he was a lead negotiator for the recast of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. He's now sitting at the board of BPA. So, Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And it's great just to see the human stories at the heart of really powerful projects around Europe. And I'm very conscious that I'm in the company of experts who've been at the coalface of this work. In a sense, I was a legislator, but in a previous life, I was an architect and an urban planner. So it was lovely to work on this legislation and to bring a little bit of ambition into the European Parliament. And I think it was a really interesting moment in time, 2019, 2020. We had the climate marches, David Attenborough, Greta Thunberg, a real realization that we had to move things faster on climate action. And I'm almost a little bit nostalgic because since then we've had a pandemic, we've war in Ukraine, we have the geopolitical challenges of Russia and the United States. So I'm glad that we got this legislation through. And to summarize the legislation, it wasn't the first Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. The first one was 23 years ago. But in this directive, we have a requirement that member states have to progressively improve their building stock. More or less 16% by 2030, 20% by 2033. So we have a level of ambition that I think, if it is delivered on, will really help us move towards net zero buildings by the middle of the 21st century. And I guess with my background as an architect and as a planner, I know we can do this stuff. We can build positive energy buildings tomorrow. We can build today. We can build positive energy neighbourhoods today. And what you have done, I think, is really important for the next few years in showing what can be done. So I just want to, over the next 5 minutes or so, talk a little bit about the neighbourhood approach and then mention the issue of sufficiency, which I think is quite a challenge to bring into discourse, but I think it's worth doing anyway. So that picture, I think, if you can see it on your screens, was one that I took in Turin last week, and I was talking about the directive down there, and I had the privilege of being in the Piemonte region headquarters in one of the few tall buildings in Torino, and I looked down at all these neighbourhoods and I could see industry producing lots of energy. I could see people living in energy poverty right beside there. And just like my own home city of Dublin, where we've a big brewery, the Guinness Brewery in the city centre, I look across at a large industrial area with heat going into the sky, and then I see people living in energy poverty right beside it. And I think it's so important that we try and get a conversation going and use this waste energy and make sure that the neighbourhood benefits. And that's exactly what I was thinking when I was in Turin, looking down at these buildings. So within the directive itself, in the preamble to the full text, the full articles of the directive, we say very clearly that the neighbourhood approach can help increase the cost effectiveness and it can offer a variety of solutions at a larger scale. And I think what I saw in the video there was rooftop solar. I saw heat pumps. I've no doubt that some of you are using district heating and perhaps cooling. And at a technical level, you can see the benefits of how you can match supply and demand within the neighbourhood. So that's one thing. But you also have the economies of scale of being able to buy in bulk, to tender at a scale that will deliver lower costs if you do it right. I know it's hard to talk about lower costs when the costs of construction have gone up really high over the course of the last 5 years, but certainly it is an aspect of what can be done. And then, and I heard it from Nikki, I heard it from yourselves earlier, the social benefits to the neighbourhood approach, of people having chats with their neighbours, increasing the social capital, but helping people to become aware of what is possible. So I think there's, at the top of it, there's at least 3 benefits that can come from the neighbourhood approach. So that's what we said in the preamble. And then in Article 28 itself, we said the Commission shall look at how member states can apply an integrated district or a neighbourhood approach in building and energy policy, while ensuring that we meet these minimum energy performance standards, which are the building block of the directive. And we said, look, you can have an integrated renovation programme where we're thinking about not just the building energy, but maybe the energy that we use in vehicles or the surplus energy from other neighbourhoods. And I know it's often really easy to theorise about, and it can be a lot more challenging to actually deliver it in practice. And I know within my own city, we had some great projects that came across difficulties over time as contracts expired, and to get people to talk to each other is quite challenging at a neighbourhood level. You know all about this more than I do. So I don't want to gloss over and say it's really easy, just do it. I know the practical and administrative challenges that you have when you try and go down this road. And I love this image of not just the buildings in a neighbourhood with green roofs and solar panels, but also the conversations that can start, and then the link into our mobility requirements. And I have a slide later on looking at a practical example of that from Hamburg. But I know from my own work in Dublin, and I'm still friendly with my architect colleagues, and I have a friend who built his home, solar panels on the roof, a large battery within the building, and he gets his electric car can do maybe 10,000–15,000 kilometres a year from the surplus energy that is available. So I love this idea of balancing and integrating the energy requirements. And there we are in the annex. So I mean, as some of you know, we have this legislation that says we have to improve the energy performance of buildings. That's all very well. What do we do next? Well, by the end of this year, each of the 27 countries, the 27 member states, they have to produce a national building renovation plan. And that is the opportunity to optimise what can be done over the next few years. And it will vary dramatically. I mean, you know, we've hydropower in Northern Europe, wind power in the west, geothermal in the east, solar in the south. But even in countries like Ireland, we're now using lots of rooftop solar. Ireland is a little bit like Belgium. It's often very grey. So if we can make rooftop solar work in Ireland, I think we can make it work almost anywhere. So this conversation about integrating renewables and working together, and the references to the citizen energy communities, how do we empower citizens? Well, that's contained within the Renewable Energy Directive, and it does give us a lot of potential for allowing communities to work together. And then in these, so the annex refers to these national building renovation plans, and it says, look, within these national plans, we have to promote the neighbourhood approach, and it could address energy, but it also could address waste and water treatment, green infrastructure, and other aspects of urban planning. And look, every neighbourhood is different. Maybe it's an opportunity to have a bus route that serves the neighbourhood. Maybe it's an opportunity to balance the solar energy in the neighbourhood with the households who need it right now to run their washing machine or their heat pump. So every neighbourhood, every country will use this reference in different ways. Here's a nice example that I mentioned earlier. It's in Hamburg. I visited there with my students, actually, I think 7 years ago. So a deep renovation of these tall apartment blocks, and they took the opportunity to put in, I think, 3 electric cars, it being Germany, nice little BMWs, and on the app, from my memory, the app that controlled your heating, you could also rent a car by the hour. So it really integrated not just the power charging of the building, but the app that you are using every day to control your heating. So it was just one example of this integrated approach. However, you know, I think we also need to talk a little bit about sufficiency. And I took a picture of a billboard in Dublin. We have a plastic bottle return scheme, so we pay 20 cent or 15 cent and you get the money back, and the billboard is saying, great, we've recycled 1 billion plastic containers in Ireland. And on the one hand I'm going, this is great, and then I kind of think about this and say, did we really need to use 1 billion containers and have to melt them down or shred them or do something with them? So it's just a little bit of a wake-up call to think about this issue of sufficiency, which I think, coming from the green movement, I can sit in a room of green-minded individuals and we all agree sufficiency, sufficiency. But if I go into, let's say, a gathering to the right of my political views, people are talking a lot about growth and saying, how can you have sufficiency and growth? So I think we have to have a conversation about the limits of growth and the need for sufficiency. And while the EPBD talks about the different amount of energy that you use per square metre, it doesn't say, well, maybe you probably don't need 250 square metres if there's just 2 of you in the house. So these are delicate conversations. Maybe they are beyond the political process, but I think it's a conversation we have to have at some stage in the future. And as I look at cars getting bigger and bigger, and people saying, oh, I have an electric car, and I see this sort of monster car that was unthinkable 20 years ago, we do have to think about how much we need. And as somebody who downsized, or as we say, right-sized my home a few years ago, I think it's an important conversation to have. So there we are. And yeah, what is sufficiency? Well, it's, you know, having a good life, satisfying your needs. And I think we do need to think about this. And I'm sure it's a conversation that has come up a bit in your elaborations of what a sustainable energy neighbourhood is. So I think that's an important one to have. So the neighbourhood approach, it's in this directive. I'm so happy that the directive has become law, because there was a real danger last year and just over a year ago that politically it was going to fail as a piece of legislation. So we had to work quite hard to make sure it got across the finishing line, which it did just before the European elections. And I think now we have this requirement for a national building renovation plan. We have targets for 2030, 2033. So I think the train is leaving, and I think the work that you are doing in your neighbourhoods around Europe will be used as a model for what can be done in those parts of Europe, those neighbourhoods that have done very little. And I think what your inspiration will really help to deliver an EPBD, essentially a decarbonised Europe. As you know, 40% of the energy in Europe is used in buildings, and what you're doing will help reduce it along with this legislation. So thank you.
I think we'll have a, thank you, Karen, a comfort break of 10 minutes. Just to grab a coffee outside, to use the toilet, and we'll be back at 11:10. Thank you. So welcome everybody. Important message is that you have bottles of water at the entrance if you need some. That's allowed to bring in, so we are good. Hope you've enjoyed the coffee break. We are now gonna do a deep dive into the actual work of the demonstration projects. So we are going to hear what are the insights from this experience these last 5 years, directly from the developers, from the housing providers, what are the challenges, the achievements, what's the legacy or the footprint that the syn.ikia project has left in their organizations and in their work. And just to highlight that 3 of them are public and social housing providers, so they've been focusing as well on balancing, again, innovation and affordability as part of the Sustainable Plus Energy concept. So I'd like to give the floor now to the moderator of this panel, who's Inger Andresen from NTNU. She's professor in integrated energy design at NTNU, and she's going to be moderating this session that is going to be also joined by Joan Estrada from Incasol. He's project coordinator at Incasol, which is the public housing agency from the region of Catalonia in Spain. And he's been leading the demonstration project in Santa Coloma de Gramenet, nearby Barcelona in Catalonia. The panel will also be joined by Ole Edwin Utaka from Arcanova. He's project manager at Arcanova, that is a real estate company near Oslo, and they've been developing the demo in Fredrikstad. We will also have Inge Strass she's project manager at the Salzburg Institute for Urban Planning and Housing, and she's been leading a team of 3 partners who've been developing the demonstration project in Salzburg together with a social housing company, Heimat Ostrich, and ECA, which is an energy agency consultancy. And lastly, we will have Hugo de Vries from Area Wonen, who's a social housing company in the Netherlands, and he's been the manager of this demonstration project in Uden. So I'll give the floor to Inge, and you can start perhaps with the panel.
Yes, thank you very much for Now it works. Thank you very much for the introduction, Clara. And you have already introduced the 4 demo sites that we have and the demo leaders of the sites that we will hear from today. So in short of time, we will just start, I think. We start in the north with a demo in Norway, Fredrikstad, Norway, with Ole Edvin Utako from Arcanova. Please, Ole.
Yeah, thank you for... It's very nice to be here with you. We have been excited to come here. I represent the Arcanova group in Fredrikstad, which is a town about 90,000 inhabitants in the southeastern part of Norway. We have been developing what we call Verksbyen, which is the part of the Norwegian demo. And our demo neighborhood is part of a larger development that we started in 2014. And so far we have built approximately 450 units, but fully developed Verksbyen will consist of approximately 2,000 new housing units. Arcanova is a family-owned company based in Fredrikstad, and the owner, he sits there right behind. And Arcanova has over the past 8 years made significant investments in renewable energy solutions in the housing sector, both in Norway and Sweden, even before we entered the syn.ikia project. Yeah. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It was working before. Okay, I can move the slides for you. You just tell
Okay.
me.
Yeah. Slide 73. Yeah. The Norwegian demo case has a total of 44 apartments within consists of two blocks, Block K and Block L. And Block K was completed in 2023, and Block L in May 2024. Since we are the main owner of the land area in Vexbyen, it provides opportunities to continue the development of sustainable plus energy neighborhoods in Vexbyen on a larger scale. But to do this, it requires that the Norwegian authorities facilitate flexible regulatory opportunities that give developers like us both financial sustainability and predictability to continue developing such projects. Next. Just a little bit on the 5 Ds, which has been mentioned earlier. In the development process from zoning plan to completion, we have benefited from the models that underlie the SPEN, namely the 5 Ds. Now, I will give you just a couple of examples from that. First of all, on design, if you look at the pictures, you will see that we have to. Yeah, there it is. This is about the design integration of PV panels in buildings, both roofs and facades. This is to utilize the production of solar energy as long as possible during the year. This is especially important in our case in the subarctic zone, to have solar panels both on the facades and the roofs. In the design phase, it was a requirement from our side to the architects that regular PVs should be integrated in the facade in such a way that they would become a natural element in the entire design concept, not an add-on. The next is on social spaces and resident satisfaction. We place great emphasis on
sorry, could you try again? I think now can work the pointer. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. We place great emphasis on creating social spaces for both young and old. This is also reflected in events initiated by the developers, such as Vexbyen and the lighting of the Christmas tree over the past 4 years. And we had this year 1,200 people coming there. When we started developing in Vexbyen, we soon realized that this is just not about buildings and technology, but also about people, those who are going to live there. Therefore, we have taken steps to create spaces and surroundings that invite social activities and building sustainable communities. In Vexbyen, there will be large green areas with opportunities for varied activities of all age groups, not only for those who will be living there, but the general public. The Norwegian demo project has a well-insulated and airtight envelope along with a balanced mechanical ventilation system with high heat recovery. Windows oriented towards the south, east and west have screens. Heating is supplied by a common ground source heat pump, serving 8 buildings. The domestic hot water system is based on combining the ground heat pump and district heating with heat storage accumulation. Each apartment is equipped with an air handling unit with heat recovery. And so a little bit on the challenges. We have in Norway, we have seasonal variation in solar energy production and consumption. And we also have a lack of energy storage. Regulatory barriers is also a big issue for us. Distributing and sharing of solar energy can only be shared between those living at the same address. And then economic benefits from solar energy in Norway has fallen from 22 to 25 due to taxes, fees, etc. However, there are some success factors as well. New design for integration of regular PVs on roofs and facades, energy flexible heating systems, and flexible EV charging networks with power equalization and phase balancing technology. The development of green urban spaces and resident satisfaction, engaged with and lobbying the authorities in Norway of sharing of solar power. And we also had some very good strategic partners, first of all syn.ikia, but also local partners like Smart Energy, Multiconsult, Future Home, Saptec, Griff Architects, and Fredrikstad Municipality. And we also had a close relation with Enova, which is a Norwegian government enterprise responsible for promotion of environmentally friendly production and consumption of energy. So what about the future? The future is already here as we speak. And the challenges that we see is the hindrance in regulatory barriers. And also we need to understand risk and opportunities better, because this is quite a new business we are entering. And we also need more sustainable and predictive business models. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ole, for the insights into the Norwegian demo. We will get a chance to hear more from you in the panel discussion afterwards. But now we will move to Spain, and we will have a presentation of the Spanish demo by Joan Estrada Aliperas from the public housing developer Incasol in Catalonia. Please, Joan.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here representing Incasol. Incasol is the Catalan Land Institute. It is a public entity under the Ministry of Territory, Housing and Ecological Transition of the Government of Catalonia. Its main activities include the development of residential and economic activity land, the restoration of historical heritage, and the construction of public and affordable housing. As a public body serving citizens, Incasol saw in syn.ikia project an opportunity for improvement in the development of sustainable neighborhoods and public housing buildings with a positive energy balance. For this reason, Incasol decided to participate in the project and proposed including the residential building planned in the Fondo neighborhood of Santa Coloma de Gramenet as a demonstration case. But before talking about the building, we need to talk about the city and the urban transformation we carried out in the area where the building is located. Santa Coloma de Gramenet is a city separated from Barcelona by a river called Besòs. With a population of 116,000 inhabitants, it is one of the most densely populated cities in Europe, with nearly 70,300 inhabitants per square kilometre. Fondo neighbourhood, where the building is located, is a densely populated area with narrow and sloping streets and high activity. The first step was the urban transformation of the neighbourhood. In 2000, in Casol, relocated residents from 100 plots of land who lived in highly degraded buildings. Urban planning was modified and the entire environment was reorganized, and we opened the connection of two streets, urbanizing a new space, the Alphonse Comines Square. At the same time, we replaced part of the residential buildings occupying the area with two new construction developments. A cooperative built a building with 26 apartments, and Incasol built one with 38, which is the demonstration case of the syn.ikia project. Firstly, this transformation has resulted in the evident improvement of the urban space with the creation of a green area with playgrounds and improved connectivity for pedestrians and vehicles, of course, allowing continuous transit without having to go up and down streets as people can cross the square. Secondly, it allowed the construction of two socially oriented buildings. The second step was the design and subsequent construction of a positive energy balance building. To achieve this, the drafting process of the project was crucial. Participating in the syn.ikia project allowed us to count on the specialized support of IREC, also a partner of this project. This support allowed for the deep integration of energy design into the project drafting phase. The integrated energy design, the IED, consisted of introducing energy-related considerations during the project drafting process to define and specify the final construction solution. This shift in the conventional drafting process implies the constant collaboration of a multidisciplinary team that analyzes different alternative solutions with the goal of optimizing energy efficiency and achieving, in our case, a positive energy building. IED is an iterative process of continuous improvement. This process of designing allowed us to optimize the building's energy behavior, achieving a high level of reduction in energy demand and CO2 emissions. After studying different possible systems for climate installations, we concluded that a centralized heating and domestic hot water network system using aerothermal energy was the most suitable to meet the needs of the syn.ikia project. As a consequence of the centralization of the hot water and heating network, an integrated energy management for the building is required. The energy management company's tasks include verifying compliance with the positive energy balance, optimizing power and offering a competitive price to both users and the developer, and the energy manager is responsible for billing tenants for domestic hot water and heating consumption. To carry out the energy management with maximum efficiency, the building is equipped with a centralized and telematic management system with information from different consumption and generation readings. In addition, 10 of the 38 apartments are monitored to collect data on household and environmental conditions. The syn.ikia project also has encouraged us to expand our vision beyond the building. This is important, and look at the neighborhood level. Thus, IREC has analyzed possible synergies with a nearby primary care center, the Cap Fondo. IREC studied the optimal renewable energy balance between the two complementary use buildings. The high consumption of the healthcare center, the Cap Fondo, explains why the study's results suggest that transferring 62% of the electricity generated by our building to the healthcare center is the best option. However, agreements to exchange electricity with this medical center have not been reached yet. Meanwhile, an energy self-consumption community has been established between our building and the common services of 7 nearby public housing buildings owned by Incasol. The fourth step are the tenants. The fourth step is the occupation of the building by the tenants, as previously mentioned. The building in Santa Coloma de Gramenet is an affordable rental building, a public rental building. Tenants don't participate in the design or construction phases of the building, as at that time it is not yet known who the tenants will be. Once the building is completed and the occupancy permit is obtained, the Housing Agency of Catalonia assigns the rental apartments through a draw among the accepted applicants. In order to be admitted for affordable housing, tenants must meet certain requirements, including the criteria based on the income threshold. In case of social emergency, as with 6 tenants in our building, assignments are made directly according to social criteria. Once the apartments have been allocated to the tenants, the House Agency of Catalonia organizes a meeting with the successful applicants to explain the characteristics of the building, the rules of coexistence, as well as the rental and thermal consumption contracts. Afterward, the central contracts are formalized and the keys are handed over to the new residents. Once the apartments are occupied, tenants must establish an administrative board. This board is composed of all tenants, with the goal of ensuring the proper maintenance and conservation of common spaces and services, as well as promoting better neighbourly relations. Communication between tenants and the administration is handled through the Housing Agency of Catalonia, which provides personalized assistance when necessary. In summary, the example of Santa Coloma de Gramenet shows that urban renewal is a tool to consider in the improvement and transformation of old neighbourhoods into sustainable and high-quality neighbourhoods for citizens. It also demonstrates that deepening and modelling the energy aspects during the design phase with multidisciplinary teams is necessary to achieve high-quality buildings with a positive energy balance. Expanding the perspective to the neighbourhood scale is also crucial to improve flexibility and efficiency by optimizing the exchange between generation and consumption. Finally, it's important to keep in mind that all of this is being done to offer quality social housing and welcoming and friendly neighbourhoods for citizens. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, John, for your insights into the Mediterranean demo project. Now we move to more continental climate, which is Austria. And we'll have a presentation of actually 2 different developments in Salzburg by Inge Strassel, who is from the Salzburg Institute for Spatial Planning and Housing. Floor is yours, Inge.
Thank you very much. I was very pleased to be part of this syn.ikia team, and also it's a good, very pleasure for me that I can present you our demo projects in Austria. Inge said already we have 2 demo projects. Of course, our first project is a very large project. It's a new build project in an area. It's about 230 social apartments, kindergarten, doctor, mixed area. Very ambitious project, and it's quite a long term. Even it's coming into the times of COVID and the energy crisis and all the things. So we use this new build project to implement the inputs from syn.ikia in the design phase, in the simulation phase, and we have another project that's already finished, so that we can use this for the monitoring. Our first project in Gneis is a new build area, so it's very important if we go now on the green meadow. So we have a really high ambition project to bring something better to the existing neighborhoods, and we started with a cooperative planning process to involve different experts from the very beginning. So I think it's very important also for a plus energy neighborhood to have the experts for energy, for mobility, for ecology, for science, social aspects from the very beginning, but also representatives from the whole neighborhood. Of course, it's their neighborhoods and their living space that's changing. And there were several workshops where they were all included for the master plan, and then the design phase followed up. Special for the energy concept, we have social housing, so we have quite a limited budget, but the Social Housing Association in Salzburg is high ambitious, and they said we want to have an area where we do not produce any CO2, and we all produce all the energy we need on the space itself. So there's no transport nor no additional waste. The heating is and the energy producing is based on heat pumps. The electricity is produced on a PV on the roof, and the energy for the heat pumps, the thermal energy, is coming from columns in the ground where the groundwater is flowing beside and it's used. And the second column of the energy system is the wastewater of the area itself. Of course, a lot of water is produced, a lot of heat is produced every day because of showering, of cooking, of dishwashing and everything. And this can be used. Within syn.ikia project, it was possible to make simulation with digital twin technology, so it was really impressive to see how it works. Here you see a picture of the big storage. It's a 120,000 liter buffer tank that's put here now in the center of a building. That's the energy heart of the whole area. So that's quite an impressive moment. But not only the energy was important to look at, also ecological and social aspects. For the whole area, we made, we call it a Green Pass certification. That was simulations with different surfaces and with different densities of green infrastructure to simulate how this area will deal with summer overheat, with shading, with heat storage, but also with heavy rain. And because of that, it was possible to improve the green areas for the best ecological performance. And also, of course, social aspects. We have a social housing, but we want special services for elderly people. We want special actions for young people, but also some of the apartments are for handicapped people. And this is all in a concept so that it's going together with some community rooms. And this project is going on. It's now in the building phase. It will be finished in next summer. So we don't have monitoring results from this. But the same team, the Housing Association Heimat Österreich and the energy designer ICA, have finished a renovation project in the end of 2021. And we use this for the monitoring. This is the project where we're really proud of it. Nikki already told we won the National Prize for Architecture and Sustainability last year. It's a renovation project. The old area was 75 social apartments from the 1980s, and because of damages in the wooden construction, it was necessary to, and also in the installation, it was necessary to make a renovation. It was completely with gas energy supply, and they decided to make a total renovation, move out the people. There have been a lot of talks with all the people to find good ways and good apartments for staying in between, and a really high ambition new project with, they made an additional stores with timber construction and raised it to 99 apartments. The energy concept is very similar to the one in Gneis, so it's possible to use this also for the monitoring. We use this energy we call the life energy. Of course, this is the result of the living ambitious in the area. It's the energy from the wastewater and also from the central air ventilation exhaust system. and the rest is pellets heating. And we have now 2.5 year detailed technical monitoring, and we see that nearly 3/4 of the energy is only covered by this live energy. We need the pellets heating only for 1/4 of the heating. So for the new project, we said it's not necessary to think of an additional, completely different heating system anymore. So we see in this area 72% are from the wastewater and the exhaust air. Nearly half is only from the wastewater. So this is a lot of energy we can use. But also other aspects like mobility were really important. It was not possible with the extension of the building, of the number of apartments, to extend the underground parking area. So we have less parking spaces than we have apartments. So we created some additional actions for the people. We have a car sharing, and we have a mobility point where it's possible to rent a children trolley, an e-bike and cargo bike and other things. But it's also necessary to make some social activities with the people, also to accept the move out, move in again, have some new surrounding. So it's important, and also to deal with this mobility activities and mobility items. And also we made a user survey how they feel now in a really positive energy district, and the experience shows the positive energy neighborhood works also in a social apartments. It really works. Also the CO2 neutral concept, it really works. The costs are a little higher, and we have the challenge that the funding systems only base on the costs for the building costs, not on the life cycle costs. Because in the normal running time, it costs much less. It's much cheaper for the people to live in such an area. So I think we have to think of new systems for funding systems that also take the life cycle costs into account. The holistic approach is very important, not to think only on energy, but to think on mobility, on ecological, on social aspects, on the free spaces. The people really like it. It's a really positive aspect for the people, and I think it's only possible to make such project in a good cooperation between all involved stakeholders. There have to be a total cooperation between the developer, the community, the different experts, and also the tenants and the people living in the surrounding. But I think thank you to syn.ikia. It was a great chance to be member of this project, and we really see this plus energy concept works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inge, for the insights into the demo project in Salzburg. We will move a little bit west to almost the coast, to a more marine climate. And we will hear from the demo project in Uden in the Netherlands. Will be presented by Hugo de Vries from Area Wonen, which is a social housing developer in the Netherlands. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I've got a little bit of a flu, so I start. We call it the project, we call it het Houthof. Het Houthof means in Dutch holding and to cherish each other in a building. And in this building, we integrate a lot of target groups into each other so they can look over each other. It's not only for their social, but also for their finance, for their daily activities, and also for, that's why we're here, energy cost reduction. For all the, and this is what we call inclusive complex. We are Area Wonen as a housing company. We've got like 9,000 buildings, and we build like 250 houses every year. And the housing we build are always energy neutral, always. But in this case, we did a little step more than that one because of the syn.ikia project.
This project is started like 5 years ago, something like that, and we start always with the environment. We have to inform the environment for this project, and then what we are going to do, and what a lot of so the neighborhood could talk with us or for what they want for the project. Then we started to design a positive energy concept for the building, and then we're gonna build actually the building and welcome the tenants. This is the picture of the opening of the project. It was opened already 3 years ago, so we have a lot of data already for the energy consumption. The building is we've got in Holland, it's collective heat pumps and collective energy consumption is really regulated. So we always do it individual. So individual heat pumps, individual solar panels. We use triple glass airtight building, so no air can leave the building, and balanced ventilation system. And what we added, it was a predictive consumption. So the tenant can see what the result of their behavior is for the energy cost. For example, someone had a cat and they made a hole in the window, and that will cost her so much kilowatt hour every year. So that was, we can see that and we can saw that. We had a lot of challenges before. The environmental permits is always in Holland very difficult to get the permit, because the former the location was former garage for cars. The zoning and the building permits, they were always very because in Holland a lot of people and a lot of programs have to check the permits. It would cost a lot of time, and money is always the fear of the target group. There was a lot of people in the neighborhood were afraid of the people who are going to live there because of the group, and it always has to be, they think, the neighborhood think it's always a poisoned cocktail of people living there. So we had a lot of talking to the neighborhood, that was me, talking to the neighborhoods for that we are going to do our best to maintain and monitoring the system. Yeah, and the cost is always the main issue. And we started the project, and that was before the Ukraine war, before a lot of the world was quite calm that day, but during the building period, a lot of cost came. And a lot of in Holland we got grid congestion problems. Thanks. And the grid congestion problem is a lot of there's too much consumption or too much produce energy, so we have to monitor that. The key success factors: energy positive building we've got. We can more predict the energy cost for ourselves and for the tenants. Energy efficient building, and we have a nice quality building environment. And because of the new target group, we got a lot of connection within the building, and it's very successful. Until now, 3 years ago, we started the building. There was only one tenant left the building because of another job. So that was my presentation.
Thank you very much, Hugo, for the insights into the Dutch demonstration project. Now we have a few minutes for a panel discussion. We will do it quite briefly. We're a little bit short of time. But we have two main questions to address. The first question is, what has been the most valuable aspects of realizing a Sustainable Plus Energy Neighbourhood? And the second question is, what have been the main challenges and what are the main challenges that need to be overcome for the future of such neighbourhoods? So we will go demo by demo and I will address it quite shortly, and it's sort of a summary of what they have experienced. So we will start by the north again. Ole, what are your takes on these two questions, please? You need to press the button, yes.
For us as a private real estate developer, gaining access to the best expertise in this field has been crucial for us. And syn.ikia has been a valuable partner, offering broad and in-depth knowledge. And innovation always involves a certain degree of risk, but through our collaboration with syn.ikia, we have gained a stronger foundation for understanding both risks and opportunities in a more holistic way.
Good. Johan, in Spain, did you have some of the same, or you're more a social housing provider, so maybe you have some other experiences?
Well, usually we build with individual systems, which are less problematic because everyone has his own heat pump, his own generation, and participating in the syn.ikia project has allowed us to go beyond, as we have seen, beyond the usual model of public buildings that we usually do. We have constructed a more efficient and higher quality building for the tenants. And at the same time, the project has encouraged us to broaden our view outside of the building. And then when it comes to energy exchange, it's important to look in the surroundings and find opportunities to make these exchanges. And that is a thing that until today we didn't do. So it's for us is a positive aspect. And also thanks to the project, also we have learned about the others partners. For instance, the energy recovery that explained Inge from wastewater and the air, the climate, the air of the climate is very interesting, and so there are references that we can take from the other partners and the other demos. So I think for us these aspects are also very valuable because we learn from the others.
Mm-hmm. What about the values from your experience? You have two projects and two quite big projects, Inge. So what would you highlight?
I highlight two things that was kind of new. I think for this ambitions project, we need to think new about the process, how to start and how to go into such a planning and design process. And for the GNICE, it was really a very ambitious cooperative planning process, even to involve the neighborhood with special workshops, with different formats. It was quite heavy discussion sometimes, but the neighborhood was involved in the start of such a project, and it's quite it takes time. But later it saves time, and that was very interesting for us. There was, from the size, nearly a comparable project in Salzburg, and when it came into the building permission phase, thank you. When it came into the building permission phase in the other project, they had 286 requirements from neighborhoods against this project. In the GNICE project, they only had 5. So you really see it makes sense to involve the people in the surrounding so that they can see what's happened here and why it happens, and then there is no restriction against this. So this was one very positive key factor for us. And the second, I think, is that's really the satisfaction of the people living in these areas. Of course, the running costs are much lower for the people. It's really affordable for the people. There are no difference for the people if the elderly people, younger people, and also a high quality green area planning and room planning, social planning for the people is a very high value, and that comes back to the other stakeholders.
Thank you, Inge. And then we move to the Netherlands. What would you say, Hugo, were the most valuable learnings or experiences that you would bring on?
Yes, that's me. The most valuable things we learned from the syn.ikia project is that we can provide the tenants more and ourselves more for the energy cost. And the energy cost for the consumption, but also for the heat pumps and the systems. And also the project has enabled us to scale up those information and to move and use this project for other projects.
Good learning experiences. Then we will go to the challenges. There's also some challenges. So we will go back to Norway. And did you experience some challenges, and for especially for the further implementation of such projects in the future?
Yeah, we speak as a developer, so we are not on the... We speak as a developer. We are not in the social housing business. And in our view, the biggest challenge is not necessarily the technology itself, but rather regulatory barriers. I come back to that time after time again. Current regulations are often designed to ensure stability rather than foster innovation. And to overcome these obstacles, it is essential to have a more flexible regulatory framework that can adapt to technological advancements. Without such adaptability, investing in new technologies can become a very risky endeavor.
Good. We move on to you, Johan. Challenges you have seen?
Challenges as the results of the project push us to change the way to design the projects and also the solutions of these projects. So the centralized system, for instance, is a new management approach which is complex and also increases the administrative effort required for consumption monitoring and billing, while also assuming responsibility for maintaining this centralized system. And the risks are higher because if there is a malfunction of this system or a breakdown, this could impact not to only one apartment, but for all the apartments. So we have to assess more deeply this model for the future buildings that we are going to do. The other aspect that is a challenge is we need to change also the way to project, to draw the projects, because as we have seen, I think we have to increase the responsibilities and the roles of the energy certifier, because in the integrated energy design, we have seen that the modeling of the project during its design is very important. So we have to broaden the responsibilities of this agent, for this stakeholder, for the designer of the certification, the energy certification, because now the energy certifier only certifies the building, but doesn't model in the way that IREC did in this project. So we have to incorporate this role in our projects.
So it's about the process, and also you also have mentioned the risks, so there's risks both in public and in private projects, I see. Yeah. What about in Austria? Do you see risks or other challenges?
Of course, the things others mentioned. Of course, especially in social household, it's the money, it's the financing. I already mentioned that the funding systems orientated are just on the erection costs, not on the life cycle costs. So that's one challenge. And the second, of course, that projects like this need a little more money and in the demonstration, but also in the quality assurance beside that, in the simulation, in the planning, and of course later in the monitoring. And for this, no traditional way of building social housing, no money is fixed for that. So it's always a kind of challenge to get a project where we can finance a good monitoring or a good feedback, and really to learn out of these projects. A second challenge is that the first step for the energy communities have already been done. That is possible to exchange electricity in some ways, but I think this has to go further now. In Austria, we have no possibilities that social housing association or other social associations can be part of such an energy community, and this should be really one step further, because there are big areas and possibilities for PV, and it's much easier if such an housing association can be part of an energy community than if you have to deal with different peoples who are in rent of an apartment. That's much more complicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Inge. And then our last speaker today, or in this session, not today.
Thank you.
From the Netherlands.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of the successes are in the project, but 4 of them I want to address. Yeah. Because of what we learn, we want to scale it up and make it more a standard obligation for our project, and that's. We got a lot of barriers from the regulation, but also from inside our company and outside the company. That's one of the challenges. Also, the stakeholder engagement and the political integration, and the integration for more project than only this project and only for our housing company. So we have to do also a lot of talking to other parts of the neighborhood. And a lot of challenges are still, and I already mentioned it, is the grid integration. The grid integration is a big challenge for us, and because of the Syn.ikia project, we can predict more the energy consumption, and they have to accept that, and that's also a big challenge for that. And also what we see a lot of as a challenge is the behavior of the tenants, that they have to learn from the new technology, and they have to accept it and to understand this new technology. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. That concludes our session. I would like to thank you for very nice insights and learnings into our demonstration projects. And I think we can highlight maybe two values from this session. The value is that we have showed that it is technically viable, but it's also social and economic viable. Then there comes the challenges, if the regulations are there, if the administrative procedures are there, and if the finances is in place. So thank you very much for listening.
we're going to slowly transition now to the second panel and the panel that goes just before lunch, which is going to be focused on complex topics such as energy flexibility, and which is one of the key achievements of the syn.ikia project, as it has already come across in the different presentations. And we will have, first of all, Henrik Madsen. Yes, who's a professor in mathematical statistics at the Technical University of Denmark, and specialized in stochastic dynamical systems. Interesting is that in 2016, you were appointed Knight of the Order of Danborg by the Majesty the Queen of Denmark. I thought it would be good to highlight. So we will hear from you on the role of buildings in the flexibility of the energy system, and afterwards we will head to a panel discussion that will be moderated by Sebastian Kotila from syn.ikia, and Henrik will join the discussion together with Jaume Salom from IREC and Karen Biskov from NTNU. So the floor is yours, Henrik.
Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank Nikki for excellent leadership and also for inviting me to give this talk. I must say that it's some of my colleagues, Shahab and David, who did the work, so not me, but yeah, obviously I got the permission to stay here. So I will talk about the role of the buildings in the energy transition and in the flexibility of the energy system. And actually what we just heard about the challenges is to scale it up, grid integration, like we heard from the Netherlands. Yeah, no, he's of course not here anymore. That's some of the challenges. And really to understand how the neighborhood focus, the neighborhood approach can be the key enabler to the transformation. So, this short talk, will talk about one of the 5 Ds, digitalization. We'll do it very, very shortly. But we will I'll first try to shortly outline the benefits of flexibility and why flexibility. Of course, we know that Europe, also lately, has continued to focus on the green transition. Some other countries say drill, baby drill, but we say we should focus on the green transition here in Europe, and I think that's really good. And I also think, but what we should do is to ensure that this will benefit also the consumers everywhere. And we are coming from a system where we had few central power plants to a system which is now weather-driven, or a lot of Europe, and that means flexibility is the key, and in order to enable flexibility, we need digitalization. And we also have a dream in Europe, and particularly in the northern part of Europe, but also in the southern part of Europe. But in the northern part of Europe, we are focusing a lot on the energy islands. We know that just building a few energy islands in the North Sea, we can supply around 40% of Europe, the northern part of Europe, with energy. So, but the cost of that is 75 billion euros. So we are a little bit hesitating to do that. But if we look on the potential savings by successfully enabling demand-side flexibility, we know from some work by DNV and syn.ikia and so on, that we can save 300 billion each year. So this 75 was a one-time investment, then we have the energy supply for the northern part of Europe. This 300 billion is something we can save each year if we succeed in scaling up. So we could, easily earn the money for implementing the energy island. And on top of that, we can also reduce the curtailment of wind and solar, which is quite dramatic all over Europe for now. We can also save CO2 and so on. Some of the key enablers here is to focus on the fact that we should go away from considering individual building and appliances. We should, the neighborhood scale is very, very important, but of course we need to see how the neighbor scale links to the appliances, to the buildings, but also to the city and so on. So we need to focus on technology and digitalization which can facilitate these spatial temporal hierarchies. And that's where the flexibility functions comes into the play. Something we also need is something which can take advantage of sensors in real time and facilitate human interactions with the system. And this is the concept of grey box modeling or data-driven digital twins, which can be used for operational running of controllers and forecast for the building sector, and in fact the entire energy sector. And then we need to integrate with the grid, as we just heard from the previous session. And thanks to the development of flexibility functions, understanding about flexibilities also for neighborhoods, we will be able to convert the existing structure where we only have markets basically for the TSO, the high voltage players, into a setting where we can take advantage of flexibility also from the lower level of the energy system. Actually today we don't really have markets for the DSOs, the neighborhoods, the districts, but that's where the challenge will be in the future. So we desperately need the new disruptions or new technologies. And that's where the flexibility functions, the controllers, the data-driven digital twins from syn.ikia plays a very, very important role. By that, we will be able to implement the proposed structure as shown here on the slide, where we can facilitate balancing at all levels of the hierarchy, spatial temporal hierarchies, and also should ensure that we have, for instance, right voltage level and so on. And also, maybe most importantly, we can also go down to the neighborhood or the energy communities and integrate that in the total hierarchy. So I think we have achieved a lot, at least we have learned a lot in syn.ikia. We have developed and helped in developing grey box models for all the 4 demos. We have participating together with the partners in developments of methods for control and forecasting. And I think we have developed new understandings of how to characterize flexibility and characterize flexibility in a way so it can be integrated into the grid and take it to the next level. So we need to, and we can do it in a way which put focus on the end users, which ensures that the end users are in the center, in control, and ensure transparency, fairness in the total implementation. So, but what we need is also what we have heard from the previous session. We need, as Ole said also, we need, there are regulatory barriers. Still in Europe, they focus a lot on energy efficiency, but they should focus on energy flexibility, or at least it should be a balanced focus. We know from our learnings that the current EPDs are, the optimal one are the one from 2010. After then it went down a bit. We have that verified, so we have evidence for that. So, and we should definitely move towards higher focus on energy flexibility in a balanced way. And then, of course, we also need, as has been said by Ole and others, we need changes in the thinking, in the grid codes, the tariffs and the net tariffs and so on. They are designed in silos, and we need something which can enable energy integration and a neighborhood focus. So the neighborhood's approach is the way to actually transform the energy sector and ensure that we are on the right path in the green transition. So thanks a lot for your attention.
Henrik, do you want to join us here on the panel? Is everyone can see that's his name? Yeah, sweet. Okay. Thanks so much. It was a great keynote that you gave. I think it really covered the necessity of flexibility. We're a little bit running behind, so I'm not going to go into the introductions, but it is just a privilege to sit alongside these great thinkers in the realm of flexibility, Henrik, Karen, and Jaume. and it is a great privilege to be sitting in the fancy chair alongside the others. Buildings are, of course, a fantastic thing. I would know, I live in a building myself, so I know how great they are. But a flexible building is even better. And this is what we're going to be talking about in this panel. You know us a little bit, you know Henrik because of his presentation, but we'd like to know who is in the audience, because energy flexibility is it's a technical topic, and it's kind of intrusive into the building world, I would say, at the moment, that now builders and developers have to be really thinking about how they integrate with local energy systems and the DSOs and the TSOs. So for that, I'm just going to ask you to raise your hand if you follow one of these categories. So how many people here are policymakers or regulators or anything like that? If you just... No one? What about people in the building sector, if you're a developer or a property manager or something like that? Okay, a couple. What about energy market players, flexibility service providers, anything like that? No? Okay, consultants? Just one, a couple. Academics? Definitely the biggest group, okay. So you're talking to big brainers. So I think, any utilities actually? No? Okay. Maybe we have to be very cautious with the wording that we use. So my first question to our panelists is, we've been touching upon the concept of affordability throughout all the sessions. I know Kieran spoke about it. The other panelists spoke about it a little bit, so the benefit of having affordable housing. And you cannot have this without flexibility. And on the other side, we also have affordable grids, affordable energy bills. And this is something that Hugo spoke about in his last session on grid congestions, and the Netherlands is a really good example for that. So I'd like to ask my panelists, how can we implement different flexibility schemes into the potential of SPENs, and what are kind of the complications or the challenges throughout that? And for this question, I would like to ask Jaume first. Maybe you can contribute to this one.
Thanks, Sebastian. Then what we have learned from syn.ikia a little bit, but because when come on the topic of make sustainable plus energy neighborhoods more resilient and affordable, and what energy flexibility can bring, and we learn a little bit about that. Okay, then in syn.ikia also we can make better use of the ability of renewable energy sources, because we have positive energy in buildings in our neighborhoods. Then that's what means specifically it more increase self-consumption or avoid peak loads. That means peak shaving, which is the case what we learned with our colleagues in Netherlands in order to avoid the grid congestion. Then for that, one strategy is about sharing. We can share energy between the buildings in our neighborhoods, but also the other way to afford that is using flexibility. Yeah. And a little bit, what we have been focused on syn.ikia is about also how we can use the thermal loads and the thermal needs, and what can bring this for activate energy flexibility. Then in that case, we have experienced several different experiences in our neighborhoods. We have seen more using flexibility and activating flexibility at individual apartment levels, as it has been the case in our Dutch demo. Or using that to activate energy flexibility through collective systems. Okay, that is what we have heard also from our demos in Austria or in Spain, using flexibility by centralized systems. Then also this is what have been learned from that, is what we can use and modulate heating loads and domestic hot water loads in order to activate this flexibility and to provide value for our grids. then you can also learn that using activating flexibility for domestic hot water that can provide a little bit flexibility all the year round, because you activate only for heating. You can use also for some of the parts, but also we have some limit on applying or activating flexibility by the user acceptance of the tight comfort boundaries that users cannot set, because also the users also can play a role on that. As also that gives also to the key point also, okay, in order to have end users or the control systems that Enric has talked about, do need to give clear signals, clear messages to the end users and our control systems about which is the benefits of the activated energy flexibility. We need to know how much is the excess of energy that we can use, or we to know how is the best moment in order that we have most profit for the grid, or most profit for the having less CO2 in our grid. That means also we need what we call that dynamic tariffs, that probably my colleagues will also talk more in deep about that. Yeah.
Cool, thank you, Jaume. Karen, did you want to jump into that? I think there was a nice segue into the dynamic tariffs aspect. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, the dynamic tariffs. I mean, if we take a step back, like, why do we need dynamic tariffs? So the grid is like our roads. It's on the traffic. It's during the rush hours where everybody wants to be on the road, and everybody. So the analogy is in the grid is that everybody wants to use electricity at the same time, and this is how the grid is designed. It's designed to meet the demand at this very, very top. And currently it takes about 10 years to build new grids. So what we need to do now in order to enable the green and renewable energy system, we need to have more electricity into our end consumption, which poses a very, very strained grid. So we would like to shift or move the consumption away from the rush hours. And there are many ways of doing this, but it's best to do it by price signals. So make it affordable to reduce our energy bills. And there are mainly two ways of doing this. So it's called implicit flexibility. So that's what Henrik Madsen was talking about. So sending price signals, saying to everyone that, okay, at 8 o'clock in the morning, it's very expensive to use electricity. And then everyone can then react on that. The other one is explicit flexibility. And that is to say, okay, I have the possibility of shifting my energy use to another hour, but I would like to have that you pay me for it. And then some aggregators can take on that responsibility, and they can sell it to the DSO, so the distribution system operators, or they can sell it to the TSO, so the transmission system operators. Yeah, I think I'll pause on that.
Yeah, but just to follow up on that, I definitely believe in these price signals, as also have been mentioned by Karen and so on, and Jaume. And I basically think we should do it the implicit way, because a lot of people, they would like to. The problem is that if I have been flexible this hour, maybe I don't want to be flexible the next hour, because then my comfort level in the house or somewhere will be contradicted. But if I just have a price, forecast for a price for the next hour, next 5 hours maybe, or 6 hours, then I can plan the charging of my car and things like that. I think, and that's also the most simple design, because then I just broadcast a price signal. And it's also, 1 week ago I gave a speech in Finland on cybersecurity and energy systems. So this is actually security by design, because I don't send signals back to the energy system. The energy system, which is the critical infrastructure, just broadcasts a signal, and just by the flexibility functions which we have introduced here in syn.ikia, we can use the data offline, ensure they are validated and so on, and learn about the flexibility, and then the different players in the grid can use the flexibility function to design the price signal, which so they obtain what they want with the grid controlling the voltage or whatever. So I think this is the way forward, and of course today in Denmark we pay 20% of our energy bill is probably for the or electricity bill is probably for the energy. 30% is for the tariffs, and tariffs should just be transportation of energy. So we pay 50% more for the transportation than for the energy itself. And then on top of that, as a house owner, we pay a high energy tax, which is constant. So currently, as we also heard Ole said, there are basically no incentives. We should definitely say to the politicians when they need to change the regulatory settings, and also get out of the silos, not think on the individual buildings, but consider the neighborhoods.
Yeah. Brilliant. Lots of topics addressed. One thing that I'd like to build upon is this concept of reliability. So, Karen, you briefly touched upon how these third-party market players can interact with the grid in order to lower consumers' bills, so the affordability aspect. But then, Henrik, you also touched upon this sort of dynamic grid tariffs and being a reliable partner to the DSO. So there's this whole concept around it, but how do we ensure that, so models such as SPENs can be reliable operators for not just consumers, so you're reliably getting your green electricity, but also reliable partners to the grid in balancing as well. Maybe we can start with Karen for this one, and then...
Yeah, I'm glad you're touching upon that issue. I mean, for the grid operators, they are extremely risk averse. So what they do not want is to have a blackout. And for this, they're willing to pay a lot of money. And they're also not willing to attach new electricity consumption because if they're facing the risk of a blackout. So what we need to do, I think, because we have seen in syn.ikia, we have seen in other projects also that the technical solutions are there. We can reduce the electricity consumption. We can shift it. We can move it. But the grid operators still say, yeah, but you can still use your maximum. And it could happen at that worst possible time during the year, which is like 1 hour. So we need to get more in touch with the DSOs. We have to talk to them, saying that you can rely on us, you can trust us, we can make this prediction of the consumption. And based on this, we can set up a framework legally and make an agreement or a contract between the building owners or maybe an aggregator between the building owners and the DSOs, so that we can have a reliable control of the buildings and a reliable control of the grids. But it's not only about the technical models, it's also about the mental models, I believe, here. Yeah.
Well put. Yeah, Jamie, I guess you wanted to touch upon this, so you can have it.
Yeah, Karen also says that's the issue of having this into aggregators, no, as a key probably role in this happen. And also, this is also the importance of the energy managers and the facility managers of the buildings. Also, they have to understand and also can take more benefit of the actions that the buildings can do. And also, okay, then we have the aggregators, but probably because they need to aggregate, especially in buildings, small quantities of power, in order to be sold to the markets. But also, we need also to have this interaction with the energy managers and facility managers of the buildings. Yeah.
Definitely. Henrik, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm glad that you touched upon the concept of aggregators, because I definitely think that we need to focus on new thinking here, because the conventional market thinking, where you bid in for each hour in the next or each 15 minutes now soon, it's from a mathematical point of view, it's a static and deterministic approach. You bid in for each hour, and but of course, if you have been flexible this hour, if you are a supermarket, you can probably not be flexible for the next hour. So you need to go away from this bidding curve thinking, static and deterministic thinking. It has to be dynamic. And that's where the syn.ikia tools with the flexibility functions come into the play. And actually we are able to provide forecast of how we can move the load with margins, so we can be on the safe side. But we need aggregators to map. I think high-level markets will still be static, as they are with the bidding and clearing. But we need aggregators which can create a link between the static market thinking and the dynamics we have in the neighborhoods and in the buildings and the supermarkets and so on. So that's very, very important.
Thanks for your input, all. So my final thing is, there is a lot of like, it's possible, we can do the forecasting and the modeling, the cans and the coulds, but how do we ensure, and this will be like your closing remarks as well, be brief, how can you ensure that flexibility measures are considered in projects such as syn.ikia going forward? If you could just sum up something like a wish list or a wish that you'd like to have, and maybe we can start with you, Henrik, and then go to Jaume that way.
Yeah, but I think I'm glad to be in this room, because I think we should really take the technology from syn.ikia to the next step and ensure that it's integrated in EPBD and also in the smart readiness indicator, because also this is a little bit problematic because it's based on tables and values and not evidence and data. So we really need to use a data-driven approach, and which reflects the evidence-based flexibility of the neighborhood and the buildings.
Yeah, I would like to place it in two silos. So on the first one, please let the market work. So let the end consumers be exposed to the market price of electricity. I think that's my main take. So that's what the implicit flexibility is about. And then the second one is on the neighborhood scale that syn.ikia is all about, like enabling the cooperation within the neighborhood. And here I think we should not only look at the EPBD, but also on the EMD, so the Electricity Market Directive. And here there is a very, very interesting role that they have proposed. It's called Energy Sharing Operator. And I really believe that if we could, from a regulatory aspect, define this role and implement it on a neighborhood scale, I think that this could be an enabler for activating flexibility and sharing energy on a local scale.
Yeah, probably also my final thought also is related to this neighborhood scale, yeah, because not every neighborhood in Europe have the same or to face the same problems, and they have different contexts and different problematics. Yeah? We have heard from the Netherlands there is a lot of problems about grid congestion there. Also in Spain, also we have a lot of renewables, and at some points even experiencing negative prices those days. Also, very in spring and autumn. Then also, okay, then probably we need to design different signals and different dynamic prices for different neighborhoods, because they have different contexts and different problematics. And I think this one also one key point also we have to think about that.
Yeah, fantastic final remarks. We definitely hear the complexities around flexibility, and it's very hard to kind of talk about it in 30 minutes. So I'd like to say, if you have any other questions, talk to these three people during the lunch break or afterwards, because they are very lovely and they are very passionate about what they do. So please ask some questions. I'm sure they'll be very happy to answer them. But thank you to the audience, thank you to the panelists, and yeah, thank you.
So you are all invited to join us at lunch at the foyer. It's at the end of the corridor. You can follow us. And we should be back in 1 hour, so 1:45, to continue with the policy and the finance frameworks to move forward. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We will slowly continue with the program. So please take your seats. But before we start and we continue with the next two panels, we're going to see what were the solutions installed in Salzburg. We are going to see another video that hopefully will inspire the next discussions. So, Victoria, you can go ahead.
Innovative housing project Gneiss offers a forward-looking solution where all the energy for heating and potable hot water is generated 100% on site. But where does this energy come from? We collect direct solar energy through our photovoltaic systems on the rooftops. But indirect solar energy can also be used, specifically through geothermal energy, which is stored solar heat in the ground. Another energy source is ourselves. Every day, we, the residents, produce thousands of litres of wastewater when we shower or bathe, use the toilet, or pour out boiling hot pasta water. Through digital monitoring, it is possible to control the building's temperatures in the transitional seasons on short notice. And we can immediately detect any malfunctions. These are fixed before the residents even notice. Through this autonomous energy supply on site, we create a closed ecological cycle and utilize energy that was previously untapped. No additional fossil fuels are needed, so no carbon dioxide is emitted through combustion. Since needs to be delivered, no trucks are required, which means no carbon dioxide emissions from us in this regard either.
Quite impressive, the mood in Austria. Okay, so we're going to open now two panels that are going to focus on the way forward for these type of projects, so the enabling conditions in terms of policy and finance frameworks that can help and support the replication of these sort of projects. We'll start with the policy, so how the revision of recent energy dossiers at EU level can support these efforts. And for that, we've invited Julien Tamy, who's policy officer at DG Ener, and who's been at the European Commission since 2014, and recently he's been in the department in charge of the Energy Performance of Building Directive. So we will hear from him shortly, and then we will enter into a discussion that will be moderated by Victoria Taranu, architect and researcher and senior researcher at BPI, the Buildings Performance Institute of Europe, who's been leading the efforts on the policy recommendations stemming from the experience from the syn.ikia project. The panel will also be joined by Aurélie Beauvais, who's managing director of EUR Heat and Power. That is the International Network for District Heating, and is promoting sustainable heating and cooling in Europe. And the panel will also be joined by Kieran Cuff, from whom you've heard earlier this morning. So Julien Tamy, if you're around, you're welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the invitation and for being here. As mentioned by the moderator, I'm working at the department in charge of the EPBD. A lot of speakers this morning mentioned the EPBD already. I assume a lot of people are familiar with the EPBD. Also, we have Kieran Cuff, who were involved in the negotiation of this directive. Now we're in the implementation phase. Our work at the Commission now is on what we call the transposition. As you know, it's a directive. As you may know, it's a directive. In a sense that we have to check that member states really transpose all the provisions of the directive. It's quite a dense directive. I will not go through all because I don't have a lot of time, and I will focus on what interests to the district and Sustainable Plus neighbourhoods. So voilà, and then I will also give some presentation of other initiatives that we are managing and that are also relevant to this audience today. I will not go through all the EPBD. You can have a full day or even a week of lecture about the EPBD. This is not of course, it's not the purpose of today. The EPBD is mostly focused on renovation, but it has also features for new buildings, of course. So I know that this project was a lot about new buildings, new district, but there are also provisions in the EPBD for new buildings, as we will see. There are 4 pillars of the EPBD. Just propose an overview here on the slide. First, the renovation with what we call the minimum energy performance standards that Mr. Cuff mentioned this morning, and that put standards on existing buildings, residential, non-residential. There are several targets. And then also the national building renovation plans that will be submitted this year by member states to set the trajectory, the ambition of countries. Then you have a focus on decarbonization. I put in bold the provisions that are relevant for the district neighborhood and Sustainable Plus neighborhoods. So the introduction of zero-emission building standards. So, I mean, the examples we saw this morning of Sustainable Plus with district generating more electricity than they consume and sharing, and is an example of zero-emission building. So, again, a directive is setting a base, a minimum that every country needs to follow. Doesn't prevent that other countries are going a bit further, and we have seen that already happening. Yeah? So the zero-emission buildings is already something that exists now, but it will be the standard in the future. You have other provisions on the solar deployment of installation on buildings, obligation on that, calculation of all life cycle carbon, because it's not only the operation use of buildings that consume energy, it's also its construction, and maybe here there are some room for improvements. The two other pillars are the enabling framework. So it's always easy to put, no, it's not easy, but we always think about rules, regulations, standards, but if you don't support people, if you don't support citizens, if you don't support local authorities, well, all these rules and standards will not happen. So this is why the EPBD requires member states to set up an enabling, what we call an enabling framework, with support, financial support, also mobilizing private finance, because only public financing is not sufficient. And you see on the screen also technical support, like one-stop shops and technical facilities to raise the awareness of citizens. And finally, the last pillar that you see in the pink is the modernization and system integration. And we had the panel on the flexibility this morning, which is very, very important to reduce the energy demand, to increase demand response. And you have it was mentioned this morning, the smart readiness indicator. You have infrastructure for sustainable mobility. It's a jargon word to say charging points mostly. And voila. So this is an overview of the provisions. Now I will dive a bit further in the zero emission buildings, because again it's a topic of the examples that were presented this morning are example of this zero emission buildings. So this standard of zero emission buildings will kick in in some years. As from 2030, all new buildings in Europe will have to be zero emission building. And for the public buildings, it's a bit anticipated, because public buildings have to also to show the example, have to be there is an exemplary role of the public buildings, so it has to be from 2020. What is a zero emission building? It's a building that has zero on-site emissions from fossil fuels. So it means that a new building from this time will not be able to be equipped with the fossil fuel boiler, gas boiler, except if this boiler is running with biogas, for instance, but not from other source, from other fossil source, I would say. And then it's a very efficient building that requires a very low amount of energy, so it's well insulated, and the very residual amount of energy is supplied by renewables on site, or from an energy community, from an energy efficient district heating and cooling, and from energy from carbon-free sources. So this is the standard that will apply in some years. Again, I think the examples that were given this morning already fulfill this standard. I mentioned the life cycle the life cycle global potential. As from a certain date, for large buildings, they will have to calculate, the owners will have to calculate the life cycle global warming potential, meaning including the construction and also demolition of the buildings over its lifetime. I said that there will be there are provisions for solar energy in buildings. So all new buildings will have to be designed to optimize the solar energy generation potential, and there will be a gradual deployment of suitable solar energy installation on new buildings. So there is a lot of dates and floor area as from when this obligation kick in. I don't repeat in the slide, but it's in the directive. But just know that first will be targeted new buildings and then the existing buildings. So there is a general principle in the directive that first we ask more effort on public buildings, on large buildings, on new buildings, and then on existing buildings a bit later, because of course it's more complex to ask efforts on existing buildings. And sustainable mobility is that you have to have at least one charging point in all new residential buildings with more than 3 parking places, and also bicycle parking. So there are also requirements in the EPBD that new buildings have to be equipped with charging points and bicycle space. So all this is also relevant for the project, that in the sense that it's not only the building, it's also the whole system, urban planning, transport that have to be comprehensive to reduce energy consumption and carbon emission. So now, when it comes to district approach, neighborhood approach, integrated renovation programs, Mr. Kerf also mentioned this morning, there are some instances in the directive where this is quoted. So what does that mean? It means that district approach or integrated renovation, what does it mean? It means that to address the renovation on the construction of buildings spatially related, such as housing blocks, they can be. Why it's interesting, because you can target a high number of buildings. You can have, I don't want to repeat, economies of scale, time reduction, and this can be reinforced if buildings are homogeneous. Sometimes you have neighborhoods that were built in the same year or the same characteristics. And there are complementary issues, again, as I said, related to urban planning such as energy supply, mobility, green infrastructure, waste, water treatment. So this is the concept, but I'm sure all you are familiar with the concept. And what the EPB says about this concept is that this program should be incentivized by the member states, that member states and local authorities should identify them and design policies to promote them in their national building renovation plans. So the community or practitioner like you should be aware of that and should promote this with your member state, with your local authorities. Look, you can tell them, look at the directive, you have to promote this, so maybe you can engage constructively in this dialogue with them, because now we are really in implementation mode. Then you have one-stop shops, that technical assistance facilities that may be deployed in your area where, sorry, there is something missing in the slide, where these programs are implemented. And you have also the role of energy communities that are recognized in the EPBD as an actor, stakeholder, to engage into building decarbonization. And now I will finish my presentation with a few slides on an initiative that is called Citizen-Led Renovation, that was delegated by the European Parliament in the previous mandate to the Commission to implement through some budgets, and we launched call for proposals. The idea behind this concept is that what is citizen-led renovation? It's a bottom-up approach that citizens, owners, or tenants of a neighborhood, of a district, or of a building get themselves together to engage into renovation. And there are some expected benefits of that people feel more motivated, and they are also there is a sense of trust of doing this together, and also to rely on local actors, local stakeholders. So this is all what we are testing in this project, and there is the website on this. And now we are moving into a new phase, and there is I wanted to highlight this today, because there is a new call to select 5 more enablers that open today. I put the link at the bottom of this slide. You can go, there is a news, and there is the call open today. So the call is to select what we call enablers of this concept, to widespread this concept on the ground. And the enablers have to be selected among energy agencies, local authorities, one-stop shops, association, but also academics can be part of the consortium, etc. And the idea is to identify energy communities, to support and create and animate a local network of these citizen-led renovation initiatives. And these enablers, these 5 enablers that we will select, will support these energy communities to engage into renovation, to engage with local authorities, and they will also reinforce the capacity, and they will offer technical support. And they will have to implement a concrete renovation process. The whole idea of this, it's a pilot, it's still a pilot, is to test the expected benefits that I just mentioned. Is it citizen-led renovation a good idea? Is it better than traditional renovation? Traditional renovation in the sense that you are a homeowner, and you go yourself, ask the municipality what are the subsidies available, and then you have to get the agreement of your condominium also, because if you live in a condominium, but you do all this alone, more or less, or with the support of the one-stop shop. So the idea of Citizen is to do this as a group. Very nice slide on the other initiatives relevant for your project, but you know, the EED, the Renewable Energy Directive. the citizen and rural energy community. Someone mentioned the electricity market design also that is relevant. I forgot to put it on the screen. There will be a citizen energy package expected this year. It's a communication with how to focus enabling consumers to benefit from lower energy costs and better energy services, again with the idea of flexibility also behind. And there is also the European Affordable Housing Plan. There is an event tomorrow, I think, at the Parliament again. And so stay tuned on this plan that will be released next year. This year will be really a year of consultation. So it's the moment to make your voice heard and to advocate for for this important topic. And that's all for me for the moment.
So I welcome the panelists to the stage for the policy discussion. Yes, lovely. Thank you all for joining me. I think had a nice setting of the stage. Thank you, Julien. Thank you, Kieran. And thank you, Aurélie, for joining the discussion. So, so we have this vision for 2050 of a decarbonized building stock of zero-emission buildings, how you mentioned, but then how do we arrive there? There is this important milestone at 2030 that we're almost there. So we have to a bit gear up the implementation of these directives that were revised recently. So we talk now about the EPBD. There is the Renewable Energy Directive, Energy Efficiency Directive, Electricity Market Design. So we've heard in the morning a lot of the benefits of this neighborhood approach, the benefit that it brings to the residents living there, the integration with the sustainable mobility, the benefits to the grid that it can bring. So how do we a bit embed this neighborhood approach into the implementation that is really going on now of the EPBD and the other directives? That is a bit the big overarching topic today. Kieran, during your presentation, you and also Julien, you both mentioned the EPBD. Can you maybe, what are, in your opinion, are like two key aspects in the implementation of the EPBD that can enable a bit this neighborhood approach? And a bit finding this place-based solutions, so like, yeah, to implement these technologies.
Yeah, well, I think this is a hugely important period because, as I said earlier, these national building renovation plans need to be submitted, albeit in a draft form, by the end of December of this year. And I think the emphasis on the neighbourhood-led approach is there in I think the second annex of the directive, where it lays down, look, these are the mandatory elements and these are the discretionary elements of what you can put in your national building renovation plan. I think for those of us out there working at the coalface, I think it's an important time to maybe liaise with your national contact point for the EPBD and ensure that the neighbourhood approach is in there and point to the text that's in the directive itself that will help to push the neighbourhood approach. I think it was interesting in your presentation to talk about the other directives that complement the EPBD. And there was a really interesting discussion this morning about the need to tackle the challenge of the electricity market design, which maybe we need to, at a European level, revisit over the coming period to make it work better for consumers and for renewables, as well as obviously for the grid operators. So that is a challenge there. But in terms of your question, where do we go to? Well, I think we go to those portions of the annexes that say, look, a neighbourhood approach is a way to proceed with this. And I think from today, we can use these practical examples that we've seen of positive energy communities and say, look, this is working for a community of 50 people or 200 people, and maybe this is an example that we can follow. Because I think maybe decision makers are a bit daunted by how do we actually make this happen, and showing an example is always a good way.
So you mentioned the annex of the NBRP, National Renovation Plans, of course. You mentioned also a very interesting aspect, the interplay between the implementation of the different directives. So here, Aurélie, is a question to you. For example, from the EPBD, municipalities will have to map cities for tackling the renovation of the worst performing buildings. From the renewable energy directives, they will have to draft the heating and cooling plans. From the renewable energy directive, they would have to a bit implement the renewable acceleration area. So a lot of like different layers of mapping. How do we integrate all this implementation? I mean, it's not an easy question. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, not easy. That's why I think it's good also that we take the time to reflect on the implementation, and that's why it's important that as the Commission talks about an omnibus for those same texts that we are discussing, we are not putting again in question all the provisions of RED, EPBD and EED, because that was in the press this morning. But indeed, I think when we look at the plans, and what we need are really integrated national strategies for heating and cooling decarbonization. And those strategies have to really encompass all those aspects, and all those aspects require a lot of simplification and a lot of administration. So it's not going to be easy, but indeed we see that to carry those plans correctly, we need to identify the available sources. That's clear, whether it's geothermal, whether it's waste heat recovery, whether it's solar thermal. And here we see a lot of needs in terms of implementation for permitting, of course, for de-risking where it's necessary, for example, for waste heat or for geothermal. And those tools, as we see, are not here in every member state yet. Of course, also to be sure that you use those resources, and I think it's really important. The neighborhood approach and the role of district heating and cooling is also about resource efficiency. It's about using what's there first, and to be able to do that, you really need to look at all the dimensions of urban planning. You need to look at opening your streets and making sure that when you do it, you do it in a coordinated manner, which is not at all the case. You need to look at licensing, which, for example, in Ireland was an issue because every piece of house had a license over the street, for example. So to open a street required a lot of work. You need also to align with your building renovation strategies, because what you don't want to have is an A++ building, but unable to use geothermal where it exists. And that's possible, because the way you renovate your building also will define the type of energy that the building can use. So it's really important to make sure that the plans really put together the availability of resources and the type of building renovation strategy that we want to put in place. And what we have in the energy performance contracts today in the EPBD is good with regards to that. It reflects a bit this integrated approach. Another pillar which is critical is consumer incentives. And here we expect a lot indeed from the citizen package, for example, because we need to make it easier. I think there's no question. It's not enough to make fossil fuels more expensive. We need to make clean heat solutions cheaper, more easily accessible. And I think in a lot of countries that's not the case. And even myself, I had an issue personally with my boiler, because in Belgium we all have a boiler almost. And yeah, I ended up with 3 technicians telling me that I could not have a heat pump, but I also ended up with a commune unable to tell me that if I would have district heating one day, for example. So what do you do in those situations? And then on top of that, you need to go through Revolution and find your incentive. Yeah. So I think here we have a lot to do, because money is there, but maybe how can we remove upfront cost, and how can we have a more administrated approach, I think, to the transition? I would be very happy just having my city of Brussels, telling me, we've done the plan, that's what you should have. You have 3 to 5 years to adapt to that. And for that, cities need a lot of support, because it needs resources, financial, human, skills. So yeah, looking beyond the plan and anticipating the plan boils down to time, resource, and finance. And with the financing, yes, we really need to see national funds, integrated funds, because a big issue we see in the implementation is having to go get your check in a lot of little pockets. So for example, in France, they put in place a heat fund, which was covering all the steps of a project, from the building, harvesting the geothermal energy, developing a network, and that we see is really promising. So could we have also a European heat fund that could also replicate that to channel European investment? Maybe one last thing with regards to implementation. I mentioned regulatory stability, but that's absolutely essential, because we don't have that in the heating sector, for example, compared to other sectors like electricity. We have a lot of provisions, yes, but I think the political commitment, whether European or national, to say we're going to remove gas heating, we're going to phase in clean heat sources, it's not there. We already hear that ETS2 is going to be delayed, or a lot of countries try to have it out of the way. So yes, I think the amount of private investment that is needed to renovate buildings and to deploy infrastructure is enormous. And this investment is not being channeled today from the private investors, because they don't believe it's going to stay, because they know that those type of policies are really stop and go. So yeah, with regards to that, we have a lot of hopes from the EU heating and cooling strategy that it could provide this frame.
Thank you. On a smooth journey for residents, maybe one-stop shops will help, that you mentioned. But also you mentioned that cities need support. Here I have a question for you, Julien. Indeed, a lot of the heavy lifting in the implementation is on the shoulders of the municipalities. At the same time, a lot of prerogatives are at the regional or national level in the implementation of the directive. So how do you see this interplay of this cooperation between the different levels of governance? How do we make sure that cities have the right capacity, the right funding to implement, and to, how can national government can support better?
Yeah, thank you, Victoria. I don't know if you hear me. Well, it's a very good question. I think there is nothing more local than renovation, in fact. So doing everything in Brussels, okay, it's a directive, but a building in Helsinki is not a building in Porto. Climatic conditions are different, architecture is different, social habits are different. So it's very, very local. So indeed, the municipalities, by delivering permitting, by delivering funding and information to citizens will be very key. Unfortunately, the directive, as you know, is addressed to member states. They have to put in place a lot of things. They have to show that they put in place a lot of things, but they will have the implementation on the ground will be on citizens and owners and on municipalities. So I think the first place, again, we talk a lot about the National Building Renovation Plan, but we really think that it's a very important tool, because it will set the ambition. It will do the mapping of where is the building stock, where member states want to go. And in the NBRP, in the National Building Renovation Plan, there is an important provision that every plan has to be preceded by a public consultation, and that all stakeholders should be consulted, including, of course, local authorities, regions, municipalities. So, and we, in our conversation with member states, we always stress this point that member states take it seriously, not as a box-ticking exercise, as a merely administrative, just to please the Commission. We have done the public consultation. Look, we have put something on the website. People have their say, and hope it's over. No, we really ask them to engage with everyone, local authorities, industry, construction industry, educational also, because we need skills, citizens, etc., and NGOs and academia. So for us, this is very, very important, because then you will have, you will ensure a buy-in of the whole society, because the challenges are huge, are across all. Well, it's construction sector, but you know how important is real estate in an economy. Yeah? When the real estate is not going good, or construction is not going good, everything is impacted. So, so in that context of the NBRP public consultation, local authorities will have to be heard, and we really invite member states to do it, but also people on the ground. I don't know if we have local authorities or as citizens, you can pass this message and to be vocal, and that the region and the municipalities reach out to the ministries if they don't, to say, oh look, you have to do this plan. How do you consult us? How do you take on board our voice? Apart from that, again, one-stop shop we mentioned, but for that, member state, municipalities need support, but also they have the solutions. Sometimes we say they have to have support from the capital, but most of the time the solution exists on the ground. So they really need administrative support. Flexibility, I would say, also is important in that sense, that municipalities are also liberty and autonomy to address and to target the regulations on the ground. And then tools such as I mentioned, citizen-led renovation can be also complementary one-stop shops where citizens get more involved. I think it's we will really need the engagement of everyone and every citizen on this challenge.
Indeed. Good that you pointed out this co-creation between different levels of government of the NBRP. So it can be done by ticking the box, or it can be done by actual consultations. Just like in our projects, you can do the co-design or engage the residents just by like ticking a box, or you can actually engage them in decision making and so on. So thank you for pointing that out. A bit on a different note, Kieran, you mentioned in your opening keynote speech a very important aspect to me, the sufficiency. How does this concept apply to policies, and why the energy efficiency and renewables are not enough in policies? Like, why do we need this sufficiency perspective, and how does it translate a bit in practical terms?
Yeah, I think we need it because we're not living within the boundaries of the planet. And that's the kind of the deep green reason for it. But I think we have to be careful to temper our enthusiasm for massive solutions that can result in spending money in all the wrong ways, of massive new homes that are built a long distance away from where people are traveling to. I have a friend, and he designs passive homes, very low energy homes, and when clients say to him, I want to build a really, really green house in the middle of the hills or the mountains, he says, no, I don't take on that kind of work. So to make those connections between not just the single building, but the position of where you build, and then to think about the relationship of one building to those around it, and to work with others to optimize. I think that's one way that we take on sufficiency. And maybe that's clearer to me because I started off in life as an architect, and then I moved into urban planning and thinking about the needs of a community. And then I guess I moved into politics. But thinking about all of the actors, and not just of one single client or one single user, I think is a good way to start this conversation. And I appreciate that there are different pieces of legislation in play at the moment, and it can be quite complex. But what I certainly notice is that when you have an ambassador for low energy buildings or for the district approach, they can do so much more than any piece of regulation or legislation by saying, look, here I am with my, where we've worked with the community to really bring them together on this issue, or here's a good example of a low emission, low energy building that can do so much. And also it can go the other way. We had a news item in Ireland, somebody put insulation on the outside of their house and the local authority said you have to take it off, you didn't have permission for that. And they said, oh, we looked and we were told it's fine. And all it takes is one bad case to really undo a lot of the really good work that's been done. But I think word of mouth is working at the moment. People are recognizing the value of renovations. And I think one very simple example of the neighbourhood approach, the explosion of rooftop solar in the last 3 or 4 years, one person gets them, everybody on the street in the WhatsApp group says, how much did that cost? How much electricity are you saving? And suddenly they start popping up on other buildings. So these informal networks can also be as effective as any initiative that the municipality might take.
I have a question about this. Like, okay, everyone has a PV on the rooftop, but what are the legal frameworks that they can actually share it? But I will park that for later on. I will keep you a bit pending.
The old row between the utilities and the end user always comes up, and this changing power dynamic, the emergence of the prosumer is upsetting everything, and the utilities are concerned. They're wondering, where are we going to get the money to pay for the, not just for the new infrastructure, for maintaining what we have. So it's predictable that there's resistance.
But it's important for democratizing and decentralizing it, of course, as our projects show it very well. It was also funny a bit that you mentioned about like building the most green building, but in the wrong place. I think I had a discussion with an investment bank, and they said the same. It can be like the most green label building, but if it's built by demolishing another one, we wouldn't finance it because it's not ESG anymore. About this system thinking a bit, Aurélie, I come back to you. So. What is the role of district heating in projects like SPENs, and maybe also how the PBD implementation can enable better a bit this integration of the district heating in sustainable projects?
So I think that efficient district heating is really an enabler of Sustainable Plus Energy Neighbourhood, if not a driver. When you look at what is happening in cities that are doing their heating and cooling plans, for example, in most of them you end up with optimum for district heating and cooling that are between 30 and 50%. For example, Antwerp did a plan recently, and they found that district heating should be around 50%, 45%, something like that. So it's really, even at national level, quite enormous. And I think that the benefits here, I mean, district heating and cooling is a collective solution. So what you just said, Karen, really echoes to us also as a sector, because indeed, maybe sometimes everyone wants to have its own thing, but here it's a collective heating system where also the benefits are collective. So, for example, talking about resource efficiency, talking about what does it change to, for example, use resources that are already there. There is a very interesting project in Hamburg of waste heat recovery from a copper factory, from a manufacturer, Arubis. And just doing that, they are going to replace fossil heating in 20,000 households. That's really huge. And it's going to save 100,000 tons of CO2 per year. It's also quite a significant contribution to the climate, but also talking about collective benefits here. For example, the copper factory, which could have delocalized otherwise, is not going to delocalize because it's connected to the network, and it also gains additional financial retribution from selling the waste heat. You have a very similar project very close to here. If you're interested, it's in Ghent, and there is a waste heat recovery project from a solar soap factory, which is fueling a whole new eco-district. So I think here, looking at solutions where you decarbonize, you maintain industry, for example, and of course, you reduce consumer exposure to volatile energy prices, which are mostly the case when it's fossil. It's all very important. Another example, in Denmark, they developed a district heating and cooling system in Sonderborg, reusing the excess heat from a local data center, a hospital, and a supermarket, and they reduced the energy consumption by 90%. Just doing that. So you can replicate that with any type of resource like geothermal energy and other renewable heat sources, and that's really enormous. The other aspect, talking about collective benefits, is really the energy system integration perspective, indeed. So in the Netherlands, they did a study and they found that deploying district heating and cooling network was really significantly reducing grid congestion. It was reducing by about 30% the network costs for electricity consumers. So it's really important because you free up electricity uses while inputting new recovered or renewable heat sources. So you liberate the system in a way. And for that, I'm also glad that the market design was mentioned, because we think it's a very big upcoming topic to tackle. We don't have a market design which is fit for this new complexity, this new interaction with all the sources. How do you value thermal flexibility? There's no market product today, or no market for thermal storage or for reflecting the system benefits of district heating. And that's important because although the system benefit of district heating in the Netherlands is proven by science, the costs borne by consumers, district heating and cooling consumers in the Netherlands, is today prohibitive. It's too high. Why? Because when you have a district heating and cooling network which is supplying, let's say, 500 people, those 500 people are the only ones that are paying for the network, although the benefits are system-wide. Whereas when you talk about rooftop PV, for example, every single consumer, even those that don't have a rooftop PV, are paying for that, at least for the network costs that are incurred by EVs, PV self-consumption, or heat pumps, or etc. So I think we really need to have a reflection at European level also on how we mutualize costs, system costs.
Can I just add as a small reflection to that? During the making of the EPBD, there was quite a focus on charging, and obviously the potential for bidirectional charging, so that you can use energy from the car batteries to power the grid during the peak. But there was quite a bit of resistance from the car manufacturers, and they came to see me and said, look, bidirectional charging is a cost. We have to put a new box in the car, and we don't want it. Now, we got some wording on that, but not as much as we wanted to. And I think that's a really good example of the impediments to this smooth balancing of electrical supply and demand, which we know. We've seen the cartoon of the car, the solar panels, and the happy person, but there are still many impediments. So thinking about the grid from the large electricity providers down to the consumer and back up again is really key to what needs to happen. And we didn't get the reforms we wanted in the very limited electricity market redesign.
Yes, indeed it's complex because we've seen that the technologies are integrated. There is the interplay between electricity production and the heat storage, while the directives work a bit in silos. I will give the last question, but after that I will open the floor for one or two questions. So just to make you engage and thinking in the meanwhile. So about these frameworks, we've seen that in our demos, as you said, many people have PVs on the roof, but maybe some building has more availability but less needs. So how can neighbors easier share energy? So not necessarily the one who invests to benefit from it. Like, what are these legal frameworks allowing citizens to collectively invest and also benefit from renewable energy and heat and electricity storage? Who wants to take this? Is it Julien or you, Kieran?
I'm not very...
Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm not very familiar with as you said, we work in silos, so I'm working on the EPBD, but I know that my colleagues are working on this subject, and I'm thinking about, okay, the electricity market design and the citizen energy package with the whole legislative on citizen energy communities and rural energy communities. As Kiran said before, it was very difficult to produce energy and to put it on a grid due to maybe resistance from the utilities, and this legislative framework opened this possibility, but more has to be done because we know that we have stories on the ground, I think everywhere, but I heard in the Netherlands when you want to install PVs, you have delays from the DSO that say you cannot connect to the grid from years sometimes, and this is not, if we want to push on the energy transition, is like the story when someone insulates his home and someone say no, you are not right. So this kind of big barrier is very problematic. So a lot has to be done on the grid. There is this the electrification action plan that will come soon. The grid action plan is also out, but a lot of modernization of the grid has to, if we really want an electrification of usages and renewable energy deployment, the grid modernization will be very key, and we will need that in the future, I think.
All right. Do you have anything to add, Kiran?
Yeah, I think regulatory reforms are needed. My understanding at the moment in my country is if we buy electricity from, there are several people who'll sell it to you, you pay around 40 cents per kilowatt hour. Our prices are quite high in Ireland, but if you want to sell it back, the moment it goes out of your land, you only get 20 cents. So if 20 homes on a street want to balance their use, everybody is purchasing for 40 cents and selling for 20. So the utility is controlling that, and I think that needs significant reform. Now we are at a national level, we're bringing in what we call private wires legislation, but I think that's more in response to the possibility of large offshore wind farms and the continued increase in data centres. So I think that has been done for the data centres and the wind farms, but it's not been done for the consumer. But maybe that's a possibility to bring in the reforms that are needed. Because I remember years ago hearing about a scheme in Brooklyn, in New York, where consumers were balancing their electricity use. They were using blockchain. Now, I'm like as intelligent as a dog when it comes to understanding blockchain, but I can understand that you can use it as a way to balance the demand and the need. But I think it's quite challenging in most European member states to get that balance and allow the citizens to buy and sell to each other using the public wires.
I think our demos are also good examples of how they, with the grey box models, they model this, and I think in Spain, in a range of 2 kilometers, homeowners can share energy. It's like this collective self-consumption that avoids selling to the grid when you sell it almost for free, or sometimes it's even negative price. You have to pay to feed into the grid because it's and to buy it expensive. It's better to share, then everyone wins. But this is a good practice that it's somehow not picked up by the other countries. So maybe we need more sharing of good.
A bit of top-down encouragement
from the EU. Are there any questions from the audience? You can just press on your mic and yes?
I think what I hear is that the current EPC is very, very expensive, and it's also rather, it's not really reliable because you are not able to look what is inside the building, what is the quality of the work done and so on. So my question is, now we are getting frequent metadata all over Europe. When will we have a digital EPC, which can be done automated and with almost no cost?
Julian, do you want to pick up this maybe on the building renovation passport, digital building logbook?
Yeah. I think your question is the EPC is in the EPBD, of course, as you know, and for the moment, the idea of the EPC is really an asset of the an assessment of the building as an asset. So you have two ways of assessing the rating of a building. You can use metered energy and you can use calculated energy on the characteristic of the building. So the two ways are already possible for the owner, for the country to decide which methodology they will apply. Now, in terms of, I'm not sure to understand really your question in terms of can the EPC be done automatically based on the method conception. For the moment, it's not the case because you still need someone to come and visit your place. Well, not visit, but at least there is an expert who is certified to do your EPC. Then the data of the EPC have to be stored in the national database. This is also a novelty of the EPBD. Every member state has to have a national database that will be fed with the EPC. So maybe in the later stage of the directive, maybe in the next revision, we can also, maybe, I'm not expert because other colleagues, especially of the EPCs, you also need to make this analysis, maybe to use IA and predictive models, you also need a lot of data. So if the database for the moment is a bit empty, maybe it will not be as reliable as, but again, I'm not specialist, as maybe we can expect. So now, for the moment, it's still the case. You say that the EPC is not reliable. It may be true in some cases, but what we reply to that is that it's not because the thermometer is not broken that you need to cancel the temperature metering. So what we need to do, what member states need to do, is to improve the quality of the EPCs, put controls on the certifiers, put a quality system, and really put sanctions if someone is not doing reliable EPCs. And maybe on your question, maybe later. But again, I'm not a specialist of the EPCs.
Thank you. Maybe just 1 minute for a final very short question if someone else has. Otherwise, we move on. Thank you very much for your input.
Can I just come back very briefly? Yeah, the disparity between the theoretical EPC and the actual measured EPC is a problem, but it's not unique to buildings. We've seen in the whole travel sector the energy use of an electric car or even a petrol or diesel car, where the actual real life data is quite different. And I think there's a problem there that we're putting the consumer off adopting low carbon futures if they can't trust the data they're getting. So I think this is a system-wide challenge that comes back not just to you but to the Commission in terms of making the public more confident in the data that they get.
Yes.
Just a small remark indeed on this. For example, when it comes to cooling, we have here a clear disparity between individual solutions and collective. So, for example, the performance of individual cooling solutions is based on an average, according to current European legislation, whereas the performance of collective cooling solutions is based on the measurements. So, of course, average usually are much more, I would say not ambitious, but optimistic than practical measurements. So there is a lack of level playing field. Yeah.
Indeed, it's not it's because there is one thing how the building performs and another thing how the homeowner is using the building, and we have to be always aware what we're talking about. But indeed, there is a new in the template. There is a new indicator to add the real for the APC. There is an additional indicator of, I think, measured energy consumption.
Well, you have EPCs that already, you have countries that already use the metered approach. That use
we do for commercial buildings.
Yeah. So it's not, there is a flexibility in the directive on that.
And
so,
and the new template.
You have the problem, as you said, that the fact that a lot of people criticize the EPC, say, look, you have this very bad building, but people are consuming not the energy that was supposed to be. And another one, with maybe someone richer who has a B house or A house, is consuming much more. It's true. At the same time, do we want vulnerable people that, why they consume low energy? Because the house is not insulated, so they maybe they eat 70 degrees in your apartment. So this is a bigger problem. So do we want also to go in that direction? I'm not sure. So I mean, of course, we have to reduce these disparities, but at the end, the EPC does not measure the behavior of the people inside, as you said. Well, the calculated one. The calculated one does not. It's not. The idea is to compare two buildings, and if I will buy these two buildings. If I have a standardization, I will consume more or less this, I will consume more or less that. But if I base myself on what the previous owner was doing, it's also misleading, I would say. So there are always pros and cons between the two approaches.
Yes, I think also like our demos have this monitoring of indoor environmental quality. I think that also because at the same time you want to ensure there is a minimum level of comfort. So indeed it's a complex question, but thank you. And we can maybe discuss it later at the coffee over. Sorry? Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so we can finish on time as foreseen at 4 o'clock. We're going to skip the coffee break, but instead we are going to, well, speaking of collective solutions and favorable regulatory conditions like those in Spain that allow for energy sharing within 2-kilometer radius, we're going to see a short video of what the pilot project in Santa Coloma de Gramenet did, as well as the project in Fredrikstad, nearby Oslo in Norway. And with that, we will move on then directly to the finance panel, and then we will wrap up with a couple of conclusion speeches, and then we can set you free. So Victoria, the videos.
Is it living in a city with great weather all year round? Is it having both the sea and the mountains nearby? Or is it having access to high-quality infrastructure? At Incasol, we believe that quality of life begins at home. And with this in mind, we created the Santa Coloma de Gramenet project in Plaza Alfons Comín. And what is the result? A residential building with 38 social housing units featuring top-quality finishes and spacious areas designed to redefine how residents live, boosting their quality of life. Apartments with innovative social housing features, including centralized thermal management with constant monitoring of power generation, consumption and environment conditions for year-round well-being. But that's not all. From an energy perspective, the building not only generates zero emissions, but it's also an Energy Plus building, meaning it produces more energy than it consumes and can share its surplus energy with public buildings in the neighborhood. And what do the people in the neighborhood think?
Esta plaza está muy bien, porque han hecho un parque y han hecho 2 bloques nuevos.
This project was also an opportunity to revitalize and improve the urban environment. We have opened up the densely populated Fondo district, creating a central square with a playground for leisure and community life. But let's hear from the experts.
La idea inicial del projecte era justament que els veïns poguessin compartir espais, que en lloc de veure's moltes vegades en àmbits petits, reduïts i que són difícils de comunicació, tant aquest espai com els àmbits després d'accés als habitatges volen facilitar el que sigui generar activitats comunes, compartir, saludar-se, trobar-se. Aquest edifici és d'energia positiva. No només és near zero, sinó que és capaç de produir un excedent d'energia degut als seus sistemes de climatització col·lectiva, degut als seus sistemes de producció fotovoltaica, degut a les seves condicions d'aïllament i de poc consum energètic, fa que sigui capaç no només de sobreviure, de tenir energia per ell mateix, sinó de donar-la i compartir-la amb altres veïns.
El projecte de Santa Coloma ha estat un projecte molt interessant perquè va molt més enllà d'un simple edifici d'habitatges. És un projecte que ha contemplat i ha contingut molts altres aspectes que preocupen a la societat. No només és una qüestió de disseny tècnic, econòmic, sinó que a més també introdueix aspectes de cohesió social, d'eficiència energètica i de coordinació en molts agents que han intervingut en aquest projecte.
Les prestacions energètiques jo crec que han estat excel·lents, per tant hem assolit els objectius i les necessitats que se'ns demanava dins d'aquest programa syn.ikia europeu.
Bé, l'edifici que hem construït a Santa Coloma està a la mateixa alçada que qualsevol edifici que es pot construir a la resta d'Europa. Tenim uns estàndards d'habitatge molt desenvolupats, tant a nivell social com energètics, com des del punt de vista tècnic i de sostenibilitat. I, a més, aquest edifici concretament supera tots aquests estàndards. Aquests habitatges, molt més moderns dels que hi havia, milloren ostensiblement la qualitat de vida dels que abans existien i, per tant, donen l'oportunitat, sobretot a la gent jove del barri, d'iniciar un nou projecte de vida en aquest edifici.
In short, Catalonia and Incasol are committed to a new housing model, more human, more efficient, more sustainable. Because the homes and cities of the future aren't just made of cement and steel, they're built with ideas and urban planning that put people at the centre.
Norske myndigheter, og da er det morsomt at vi fra lille Fredrikstad i Norge er med og tester ut de her løsningene og viser at det faktisk går an.
So we'll open now the second half of this slot dedicated to the enabling conditions to replicate and mainstream the Plus Energy Neighbourhood concept in the built environment, we will now focus on the financing framework. And we've been hearing along the day how finance and funding is insufficient or inadequate to promote this concept further. So we will now hear from Sorka Edwards, who's Secretary General at Housing Europe, the European Federation for Public, Cooperative and Social Housing, based in Brussels. What are the opportunities and bottlenecks for the public, cooperative and social housing sector in integrating these concepts? So we've also been hearing how additional obligations and pressures are being put on public buildings. So we will hear now what does this mean for the sector in practice to balance high ambitions and affordability at the same time, and what opportunities the new affordable housing plan and the new pan-European platform on affordable and sustainable housing will bring for the sector. So right after Sorka, we will have a panel discussion moderated by Caroline Cheng from SynTF, and we will receive the rest of the panelists. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think we are at a crossroads in Europe. For the first time, we have a commissioner, so really at the highest level with housing in his title. And I think we have a joint challenge to change housing from a sector that divides because of unaffordability, potentially pollutes because we are using the wrong type of energy, to a sector that can actually, as these projects show, actually bring people together, maintain affordability, and produce energy. So we see it can be done, and we see with the type of examples we heard today. We heard from the people on the ground, of course, this requires a lot of change. It really requires approaching a building differently. However, these type of demonstration projects are key to showing what can be done. Now it's the job of, so as Clara said, now we have a new task force at the European Commission. We have a new task force within the European Investment Bank. We have many new task forces. We have a new committee, special committee within the European Parliament. So all dedicated to looking at, okay, where have we gone so wrong on housing? Why is housing actually now in many places a source of division? And what can we potentially do right? So it's our time to indeed, as was also said from this gentleman Frederikshavn, to show and to use Europe to put a spotlight and use these lighthouse projects to show, look, this is really possible. So I'll just give you, as Clara said, a little bit from the perspective of our organisation, Housing Europe, that is really working for decent housing for all, housing that is fit for future, and having this theory of change going from a sector that isn't really a force for good in some cases to really showing how it can be that. That's our job, looking, and we work at European level to have better regulation to shape that, better financing, obviously, this is the key point of this session now, and better information, because often that is the block. Often we only know our own housing reality. We don't know how it can be different and how it can actually transform. So what Housing Europe's vision is to lead this movement to reconcile, of course, social justice, technology, crucially, and the environment for inclusive, future-proof districts. And we are also part of, syn.ikia will be feeding into that, together with the European Commission, the Affordable Housing Initiative, to actually bring this movement together to show how this can be done. What are we dealing with now in terms of when I talk about the sector? So it's quite a diverse picture across Europe. We have different types of local organizations. You saw some of them today in Spain and in Norway. They can range from housing cooperatives, which can be up to 20% in a given member state, to limited profit housing associations. If we look at Netherlands, at 30%, to public housing providers, which are also a key role to play. And this diversity is also what makes it quite a tricky challenge to deal with, because each of those, if we look at the types of challenges we need to see, circular construction, positive energy districts, each of those organizations are actually facing different challenges when it comes to either producing energy, providing accessible homes. They're dealing with a different framework. So the challenge will be, obviously, from our level, is to see, okay, what added value can come from European level. There you see sort of the diversity of the different the entities that feed into Housing Europe. And what is the challenge? So we find ourselves talking, let's say, to a public housing provider, struggling in a city with potentially growing numbers of people sleeping on roof, let's face it. We have 1.2 million people who are homeless any given night in the EU. We have potentially organisations that are trying to cater for people with a disability. Then we have organisations who are just facing longer and longer waiting lists for key workers, so people who would have normally been able to access an affordable home on the normal rental or home ownership market, who no longer can. So what we are dealing with is a sector that has to try to balance this affordability, at the same time the sustainability, and okay, we see some very ambitious role models here today, and of course availability, having that at the right place at the right time, because obviously we talk very often about the right to housing. I think it probably doesn't mean a lot if you don't have also the right to energy. What use is a home if you can't be warm and be warm enough or cool enough, or be able to carry out basic functions like cooking, but also the right to the city, having that home in a place where you can access services, schools, sustainable transport, and what it takes to take part in society. So obviously those organisations are dealing with those, putting that puzzle together in the different contexts, and we are doing our best to try to see how we can help from this level. Again, a bit of a reality check there when we think about if we step out on the street today and talk about housing to most people. The first thing they probably will talk about will not be, unfortunately, positive energy districts. It will be talking about the lack of affordable housing in their city, or the fact that they have to leave their city because there isn't an affordable house near where they have a place of employment. And this is just showing the different capital cities and the price above the amount it is taking of disposable income to actually find an affordable home. And we see in Lisbon even above, so over 100% of disposable income going on an average an apartment. And this is unfortunately the reality, the conundrum that we are facing here today, and the big challenge also that we face. So a little bit of a contrasting picture here. So as I said, it's making up different proportions of the housing landscape in different countries. But when we look at indeed how we are facing up to the responsibility, or this existential responsibility that we have to cut carbon emissions and maintain affordability, we see that we have a more positive picture when we come to the non-for-profit sector. So the profit is not completely out of the equation. Some of these organisations, they do make a profit, but it has to be reinvested back into the organisation. If we look at the examples in Austria and France, for instance. However, these are organisations, if we look at indeed the example of France, 46% of the social housing stock, and there are 5 million homes in France, is already A, B or C, compared to only 20% in the broader population. In Austria, the limited profit housing providers, so those are the organisations that I mentioned, that have a maintenance budget built into their financing structure and are obliged by law and their auditing authorities to reinvest any profit, any surplus, into the construction and maintenance of more homes. 96% of the pre-1980 homes have been renovated. Estonia, obviously a different picture, more typical in Central and Eastern Europe, where the previously state housing in deteriorating condition was privatised. However, When they established their constitution in Estonia, they made sure that each block was actually made up of a homeowner cooperative, and they've set up a very clever revolving fund with the support of structural funds and the Council of Europe Development Bank to make sure they have a sustainable way to actually build up the quality of their homes while being able to maintain the residents being able to stay in their homes. So there are positive examples that we can really draw from when we're putting together this affordable plan. So building on what actually works and not trying to invent, let's say, a new made in Brussels approach in this plan. So we've touched on this issue today, and this is a core to, obviously, to syn.ikia and the Positive Energy District Challenge, indeed. We see, Housing Europe has been working on this now, if I think, over 15 years. And I think we were, in a way, talking about it before it was happening. But now, in the last five a bit more years, we see it actually being rolled out. We see housing becoming a part of the energy grid, producing energy, but crucially producing energy that can actually be used and bring down bills for the people living in the homes. But I think we've heard, and I think Kieran was referring to some of those bottlenecks as well, but we hear them still, ongoing bottlenecks on an everyday basis of why we're not reaching that full potential. Legal issues, lack of full transposition in some case of EU legislation on community energy. So still we're wasting some potential there that we could be achieving. Sorry, I don't want to. Time is fine, yeah. Then if we just focus in again on a couple of countries, as we mentioned. So Austria, the limited profit stock already achieved 96% of the pre-1980 construction, and crucial to that indeed was having the rehabilitation fund, where you have part of the rent actually going into a fund dedicated to renovation. Because what we have seen in limited profit or non-profit housing in some countries where we haven't factored in that renovation, we've seen the housing falling into decline. If we switch to the Netherlands, and there we see it's actually a model that is going to be coming under more and more scrutiny, because they managed to achieve this, what is sort of becoming quite difficulties in other parts of the EU, and that is to maintain affordability after renovation. But they managed to agree at national level in the Netherlands on a way to maintain cost neutrality. So while your energy bills were going down, your rent was going up. So they managed to make this equilibrium. And this, I think, is a challenge, because what we are facing, obviously, is a massive cost of living crisis. If the energy transition is seen as just another addition, and this is why we have to be so careful with the rollout of ETS2, which is a tax on polluting heating system, if that legislation is merely seen as something that is exacerbating the cost of living crisis, obviously we're going to have an even bigger problem. We already have issues with our a very disappointed and disillusioned electorate in some member states. Obviously, if we don't manage to get that balance right, we will be facing even more challenges. If we just take an example of Spain as well, so they've been really managing to capture that surplus of renewable energy. So we've seen Spain some ups and downs in how they have managed renewable energy, but now properly taking off. Sorry, Clara has told me I'm running a little bit out of time, so I try not to take too long. So some of the issues, obviously, and this I think is the panel is going to go into more details now, is how to tackle the financing here. So how can we manage to actually mobilize the type of investments we need? So as I mentioned earlier, we have now a promise of an extra 3 billion coming from the European Investment Bank compared to what they were doing before annually. We have an extra 7 billion coming from cohesion funds because there's been a promise to double that. But of course, this in a way is going to be a drop in the ocean of what's actually required at local level. So we're going to need very clever also mobilization of private funds going through publicly transparent financing systems to actually get this going. And indeed, the ESG is going to be one of the key tools there. Overall, so we have quite a few recommendations. I think it's probably not so useful to go through all of those in detail, but these are a lot of our asks that I'm sharing here today, but indeed they're the very same asks that we're sharing with the Commissioner for Energy and Housing, who is responsible for producing this plan by January next year. So we will be, let's say, making the case that indeed he's the Commissioner responsible for energy and housing, and we can show him how can we actually make achievements, so hit two birds with one stone, and how can we actually tackle the housing crisis and the energy crisis with these type of projects simultaneously, and what type of support we're going to need for that. We also have to look indeed, I think it came up today as well, we're facing 20% increase in construction prices. This, obviously, I think tomorrow the high-level construction forum will be meeting within the European Commission. Many of you will probably be following that also. We have to look at what ways, through methods, through modernization of the construction sector, can we work to bring down those prices. At the same time, I think this was made clear in the videos, this is not done in a vacuum. Homes are not fridges. This is done with communities, with people, and to optimize this has to be done. This has to be like a co-creation effort. When we're looking indeed on how to get this going, we're looking at the local level, what is needed. But I think at Housing Europe, one of our key tasks will be to keep our eye also on the highest level. We're looking at consolidation of public spending. So a tightening of fiscal rules, and unfortunately, we're going to be seeing probably a lot more public investment going into defence. So we have to be very much focusing on making sure that does not compromise the capacity for us to house well, because this lack of adequate housing also represents a threat to our societies and a threat to our democracies. So I'm leaving it there to leave you to the rest of the discussion, and looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Orca. So I'd like to call now to the floor to Caroline Cheng from SINTEF, so research scientist at SINTEF, one of the main research centers in Norway. And she's been leading the exploitation and market research work within the syn.ikia project. And you'll be moderating a panel made of Borja Gumiza from GNE Finance, an engineer specialized in large-scale energy efficiency projects coming from Spain, but also Christine Zou, Executive Director at Bankers Without Boundaries, as well as Julien Dijon, Policy Director and Deputy Secretary General at Housing Europe, to discuss the finance opportunities and barriers to develop further the SPEN concept.
Right. Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. If you feel the need to stand up, or if you haven't given a handshake to the one sitting beside you, maybe you want to stand up and give a hip shake or something, if you feel like you need to energize yourself, please feel free, yes? Yeah. You want to do it too? No, okay. All right. Yeah, so we've come to the finance panel discussion. Very happy to have 4 experts with me today. We have heard from today's presentations and talks that the lack of finance is considered to be one of the key barriers to decarbonizing the building stock at the speed and the scale that is required. And if that's not enough of a challenge, neighborhood scale ambitions being better quality, more area to consider, etc., requires even higher investment costs. And that makes it even harder to achieve. So in this panel, we want to turn our attention and dive deeper into this topic and go a bit closer to what's happening on the ground. In terms of innovative financing instruments. So given the limited time that we have for this panel, the way I've organized with the panelists here is that I'm going to pose each of them a question, and of course they can react, and then we will then have one question to pull us all together, and then a wrap up. Okay? So I'm going to start off with Christine. Yeah. And I'd like to first ask you, could you help to define the financing landscape for neighborhood scales financing instruments today for our audience? And then also help us to understand, in your opinion, where it is heading?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant, thank you. Thanks, Caroline. So I think it's probably fair to start with there is not a very established financing landscape today for neighbourhood-based interventions. That's why this is an innovation programme that's also thinking about finance. So probably a good place to start is what does the financing landscape for residential housing in general look like? I would say the private finance landscape for residential housing is currently very much centred around individual private finance. So, individual homeowners, consumer-focused finance, retail finance, whatever you want to call it. But essentially, it's kind of me and you, in the room, anyone that owns a home, we can go and finance this out of our own pocket, or given that most people can't do that, we could maybe go to the bank, get a loan, and finance the job ourselves. So needless to say, I think we're all aware that this market is not functioning particularly well. That's probably not a huge surprise, considering that the general cost to retrofit or renovate a home is, of course, it varies between house and between geography. But, if you think about kind of 20,000 to 50,000 euros as a kind of ballpark average, you're probably sort of thinking in the right place. So given that that cost is much higher than what most people have in their pockets, or kind of necessarily want to take a loan out for, this market isn't functioning very well. And even for those that do have the access to finance, there are plenty of reasons why they would choose not to access that finance, not least due to kind of lack of knowledge around retrofit or building renovation, the complexity of it. So often in a number of countries, you might take out a loan, but you might want to pair that with existing grant funding or subsidies. But kind of working out what's what, project managing the whole process, that's very, very complex. And you have to be pretty much fully motivated to do that. I think we probably all have that one friend who has gone out and done this whole thing to their house, but that really is the exception to the rule. So I guess to sum up that the current financing landscape for building retrofit is largely focused on individual consumer finance, paired with what limited kind of public funding or public subsidy there is. Now, against this backdrop, we have the kind of emerging interest in these neighbourhood place-based projects, such as the ones being talked about today. These have been largely driven by, I guess a lot of you guys in the room, but also, public sector stakeholders and public sector adjacent organisations. And I think they've grown more out of a growing realisation of the potential widespread societal benefits that come from, using a place-based or neighbourhood landscape that have been very well covered today. But I think immediately this kind of opens up a potentially interesting conversation around finance. So first and foremost, when you're thinking about a neighbourhood level, immediately, and this was alluded to in the last presentation, immediately you're already thinking about a much greater scale. Yes, a much greater investment cost, but does potentially that greater scale lead to the possibility of introducing other kinds of private finance that are simply not going to look at, you know, an individual home because that's far too micro. But once you're thinking on the scale, does that open up the definition of private finance tentatively to thinking about, you know, infrastructure investors, real estate investors, impact investors, etc. And I think that's kind of at the forefront of innovation, right? So there's not an established kind of, you know, that there aren't that many examples, I guess, of where these sorts of private finance institutions have deployed into these sorts of programs. But that's the conversation kind of being driven. And I think there's a lot of opportunity, but of course, a lot of challenges. Typically, these building renovation programs that have very much been driven by the public sector haven't been built, I suppose, with investability in mind. And now that kind of mindset switch and the need to, I guess, bring along the ride potential finance providers is kind of very much the bridge, I think, that needs to be crossed for this opportunity to be unlocked. And secondly, you know, typically returns from these sorts of programs are not, you know, they're not kind of the most high return generating projects. So the finance needs to be thought about in a way that takes this into account, thinking about using what public funds there are to kind of catalyse the private finance, as was mentioned in the last presentation. And just to finish, you know, many of these projects are still at the kind of pilot innovation stage. So the sort of private finance that might be interested today is going to look very different from the sort of private finance that might be interested tomorrow or in 5 years or 10 years as the track record, hopefully, for these kinds of projects grows. So I think it's kind of a journey and there's not sort of one answer, but hopefully that's where the financing market for these sorts of programs is heading. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Christine. So we see the landscape in a state of flux, if that's a fair way of putting it, and many actors are defining new roles. Yeah. Right. I'm going to move on to a question for my next panelist, Maria. In your work, I think you have been dealing with many components of financing instruments, and I'd like to ask you what additional components of financing instruments are needed for neighborhood scale developments, and can you share with the audience, describe in more detail what they are?
Thank you very much for your question, Caroline. And before answering, I would like to thank also to all the team, Veronica, Nikki, and the rest of the team here. Where is Nikki? I don't see her. She's gone. I see her. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this meeting with such a great pulse of friends around this. And answering your questions, I will say that starting with the fabulous explanation of the landscape that Caroline just drew right now for a couple of seconds, we can go deeper and see which kind of initiative there need to, they're taking place right now in the market in order to provide the scale up and solutions in order to really to speed the retrofitting. But before we need to analyze, before saying this conversation could take days, hours. So let's gonna try to sum it, I'll resume it in just a couple of seconds. So before trying to explain it, we need to understand which are the barriers that we are facing right now. We already talked about the really high investment upfront that the citizens need to face in order to refit in their buildings. The second thing that I will just highlight it is the uneducated evaluation of the benefits produced. We were just having a very beautiful conversation with the people just during lunchtime to see how we can measure, for example, the benefit impacts in wealth once you do this retrofitting, and that is really complex or really complicated to measure them and really to make them value enough for the financing. Also, we've been talking that when it goes to neighborhoods, there are really educated products in terms of financing that we can apply over here, such as project finance or big ESCOs or forfeiting or whatever you want to. When it comes to individual financing, there are lack of financial solutions, financial products right inside in the market that we really can apply. And that will make that the citizens will face two different problems. The first one, if they are really keen or they will get financing, but also if that financing is affordable for them. Because one of the things that we saw is that back in the Basque Country where I work with, was that they are able, they give them financing, but they are not affordable for them. They can't pay the monthly rent or payment loan that they requested. And this is a huge problem over here. So answering the question that you mentioned, Caroline, I just prepared several different initiatives in both in public and private sectors. I mean, there are plenty of them, but I would like to highlight 4 or 5 of them. The first one, regarding the private sector, when you talk about financial institutions, there are 2 different initiatives that I would like to highlight. The first one is the green mortgage. We believe, looking up to what is the impact of this green mortgage around the world, that this is a product that has to be developed better. Now in Spain, we've got one financial institution that is really pushing in this side and provides something around 0.25 up to 0.5 different lower interest rate against the normal mortgage. And it's a market that is growing. It's growing, I think, is something like a 3% or 35% since 2021. So it's a market that is really growing and is really pushing. But still, we need to push a little bit better to really make the people realize that there are 2 kinds of mortgage. One, the normal type of mortgage to buy your house, it's normal type. But also there's the green mortgage that will provide you financing for the retrofitting once the market is good enough. In terms of financial institutions, there is also another products that can be taking place that are, for example, renting and leasing related to energy production, such as, for example, photovoltaic panels. We're very used to that kind of solutions, but when it comes to retrofitting, we are not get that kind of solutions. I mean, the loan that you get is not linked to the action that you are now doing. So it's only based on the risk of your personal financial situation. From no financial institutions, probably this is the topic that we can be talking about for hours. We can bring here 2 different solutions. For example, the ESCOs is the big ESCOs for neighborhoods is really a good opportunity for financing the projects. We can take a look and base the ESCOs that have been done in the past for lighting solutions or something like that. They are really normal. We believe that this kind of solution, for example, we did one in the Basque Country, and this was it was great, but it has to be for a big installation. It has to be a neighborhood level, for example, for district heating or something like that. Otherwise, the numbers doesn't fix. Or, for example, something that has been already talked about, Caroline, and previously, to bring more investment funds that really take into account the impacts related to the social impacts produced by this kind of projects, not only based on the economicals. There is a lot of impact investors that are willing to invest in this kind of projects. We need investment funds that really brings them close to these projects in order to be able to finance them, to find them. In terms of public institutionals, I think this one is the easiest topics, because we've been talking about the last half an hour, 1 hour. there are a lot of different solutions that we can put in place in terms of providing the risking mechanisms in order to provide financing and affordable financing for the citizens, such as, for example, the PACE financing that has been used in the United States back since 2009, I think it was, and it's already mobilized 12 billion, I think it was 12 billion, in energy retrofitting, home energy retrofitting in California and other countries, and other states. I mean, these mechanisms can be taking place here in Spain, in the European society, in the European Union. We lead one project in the past called Europace, that the goal was to bring the PACE solution in Spain. We know that in Spain there is the possibility to do it, but it needs really political, how do you say it? Will. Thank you. Political will to really to put in place. There are other solutions like that have already been talked, and Catherine just mentioned just before, to create a guarantee fund, a public guarantee fund, provided with public resources and probably with some collaborative resources of private persons that just only want to help the neighborhoods. That could really make a game changers in the market, because we can reduce the risk of the citizens, and the risk means also not only the possibility to get into finance it, but also to make it affordable for them. So I don't know if you need anything else, but.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting these new components of financing instruments for the risking, and they are also considered transaction enablers, aren't they?
I was holding that for the minute, as we talked before. Yes,
yeah.
Actually, what she was mentioning is that now we got plenty of financial solutions in the market that we can put into place, but they are not enough to scale up, the speed enough to achieve our goals. To achieve that goals and to scale up, we need enablers and the risking mechanisms and tools that can bring these solutions to the market, to land them on the market.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll come back to that, and let me now go to Julian, who has been patiently waiting. We've heard some what Christine has shared, and also Berger, about the financing components of financing instruments. I understand you've been involved, or at least familiar with the Super-I project, and I was wondering if you would like to share with the audience some insights from that project, for the social housing sector.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Caroline. So I've been indeed not involved directly, but indeed a bit familiar with this project. And the interesting thing in this project is that it goes into one of the key questions we all have, is how we're going to finance those very nice projects we saw today, because they all come with a price, a quite high price indeed, even though there are many benefits in the long term. And in the social, cooperative and public housing sector, we are dependent or reliant on a limited public budget, as we all know, particularly at the moment. So the question is how we make the most of it. And so Super-I was looking at different ways to set up what we call public-private partnership to finance actually renovation in the case of Super-I, while syn.ikia is really mostly about new construction. But basically, this is the same kind of reasoning and the kind of challenges. So Super-I will try to look at the different forms of PPP, looking at what is the best one for each of the individual stakeholders, the social housing company, the ESCO, because of course we are talking about an energy service company, and the tenants. And so the models are different. You have what we call the guarantee savings, which is the most popular one, the most renowned one, when you have a guarantee of performance of energy. And basically you have some payment made around that contract. You have also what we call the shared benefit model, where depending on whether you're going to save more than expected or less than expected, then there will be an impact on the financial flow going to the different stakeholders. And then you have what is called the direct credit line, where basically you have a contract which is fixed at the beginning, which is basically the private sector investing totally in upfront investment to the in the project. And so depending on where the situation is or where you are, you will have some preference for one model or another. The interesting thing with this thinking is that it's looking at the different models of involving the private sector. And indeed, when we talk about PPP in general, this is a very broad term. It can cover different realities. As I said, energy performance contracting is the most famous one. And you have also this idea where you have, like in Denmark, a national building funds, which is based on tenants' contribution, and it will help. So it's a form of PPP as well. It will help indeed finance the renovation of buildings. But they all also are dependent on the quality of data, which is a very big issue for all the private and also the public bodies. How are you going to make sure that you're going to reach the target? How can you measure really that the savings is performed? And another question is, of course, the question of the level of ambition that you want to reach. It's now very, in a way, quite well evidenced that in terms of economics, there's a certain level above which any increase, in a way, in the energy performance leads to a smaller increase of the energy return. And therefore, this question of what is the right level of ambition in terms of energy performance is also a crucial one for any private entity that will come in and be ready to step in. If we look at more particularly this question of energy performance contracting, it's interesting because energy performance contracts are relevant for local authorities. They guarantee an end result in a way. It's widely used now on public buildings, on maintenance, and that's something that is also now used in Europe, where it started in the US. But very few have been used in the residential sector itself as compared to public buildings, and in particular in social, public and housing sector. Why? Because indeed this is a question of the predictability of data, and also because in the public sector, by definition, which is a non-for-profit sector, you have this notion that you cannot increase the rent to match a certain profit, but you have to increase the rent so that it remains affordable for people. And we have seen actually in some of the syn.ikia project that, one of the few which concern renovation in Austria, they had to increase indeed the rent, but they have to make sure that it remains affordable for the residents. And so this is this notion of regulated rent is something which is difficult if you talk to a private investor when they want to reach a certain rate on return on investment. And so we still have this notion that this energy performance contracting, working with ESCO, with or without third-party investors, is still not very widespread in the sector. But it will have to be in the future, particularly in countries where the social housing sector is really totally dependent on public fundings, limited public fundings. It's not about naming or shaming, but if you look at countries like Italy, for instance, the public housing sector depends a lot on the willingness of the government, the regional government, to spend on renovation or new construction. So in those countries, we have to find a solution. So the private sector need, in a way, to step in, but maybe to be a bit less demanding in terms of ROI, or to be de-risked in the form of public grants. And this is where the European Union can play a role. The European Union, the European Investment Bank are looking at ways to de-risk this investment for private sector, whether through the InvestEU program or in the future through the future pan-European investment platform on affordable housing. Which is, the idea is that at some point we need to use a bit of public money or let's say, for instance, ERDF money, and to use that to lower the risk for the private sector. But this is a question mark for the society in general. At the end of the day, we don't want this to be more costly than without that, but definitely with a very little opportunity for upfront investment from the side of the public sector. We need to do something with the private sector. And the SuperEye project has shown that there are possibilities which please everyone in a way, depending on the situation. There are possibilities of creating a PPP with clear and acceptable conditions for everyone. So we hope that, which is what is now at the beginning, will turn into something very practical in the future for the role of the private sector.
Thank you, Julie. Yeah. Let me now turn to you, Adrian. We've heard from the three panelists, and the question I have for you is, we've talked about, SPENs are very place-based ambitions, local conditions, demographics, context. It's unique combination of solutions as well. How do you see this? And you work a lot with cities, I understand, in your work. I wanted to gain your perspective on is large-scale adoption of this neighborhood-scale ambition across cities feasible?
It's absolutely feasible. Is the very short answer. Whether that actually happens or not is a very different question. I think
stands in the way. Yeah.
Well, there's a few different things. I mean, the wide-scale adoption of a place-based approach, a neighborhood approach. What's going in its favor is that there's a number of other things that are pointing towards place-based or neighborhood approaches. Water is increasingly a really big issue for cities, both the lack and the surplus of it, so droughts and floods. That requires a place-based approach because that determines where the water goes when it shows up and how you resolve that. Looking at other systems in terms of the local heating and cooling planning is going to be really, really key. So we have on the books now, every city over 45,000 has to do a local heating and cooling planning, right? And within that, you develop, ideally, a building-by-building evaluation of the energy needs of that building, so you can design a district heating system that's appropriate. So that's where you're bringing in your energy needs, and at the same time, what you should be looking at is your spatial planning, especially in terms of as cooling gets more important, we're going to need a lot more trees. It's the most effective way to cool our cities, is we need trees. But that's your spatial planning, as opposed to your heating planning, as opposed to your water planning. So what we're seeing is all these different initiatives coming together. Cities are realizing that the only way we can tackle these things is to break down the silos in the city administration between transport or waste or all these different services. And we have to reorient ourselves internally towards how do we deal with all of the issues in this neighborhood. Because if we want to implement the solutions, we have to do it in a coordinated way. Fundamentally, there's a lot of disruption to people's lives with these things. As much as they're worthwhile, as much as they're great investments, it's a lot of disruption. If we don't coordinate these efforts and consult quite a lot with people to get their buy-in, to get the social approval, it won't happen. So there's a really practical reason why I think place-based approaches are going to really take off. It's what we've seen in Munich. Munich has divided their city into 62 different sections for their local heating and cooling planning. They're doing a lot of consultation around that. And as they've now done, I think, about 5 different sections of the city in terms of the planning. And I think that kind of replication, where over time you get one section after another, after another, that can help spread it. But there's a couple of other things standing in the way. One is the way cities are built right now to deliver these things. They're different segments. The other is the cooperation with the other levels of government, right? national member state governments come in and they'll have priorities of their own, understandably, whether it's transport or air pollution or what have you, and they'll put together a fund to do, we want to do transport. Okay, I mean, that's great, but we need to incorporate that transport into the place-based plan that we have for this neighborhood. So we need member states to come on board with this kind of approach as well, and then as well the EU, just in terms of using regional funding or cohesion funding, what have you. We need a lot more flexibility so that we can invest in the administrative capacity to actually plan this stuff, because it's a lot of planning, it's a lot of upfront costs before you get to the implementation, but it's what makes the implementation actually feasible, is doing that planning. So those are big structural changes. There's a lot of negotiations undergoing right now with the MFF, the next financing framework, and there's going to be some significant changes in the next 7-year budget of the EU. I don't know if these will be possible, if it's really going to happen, but we can see quite clearly that this is the best way to go about it. And where it's happening now is in cities that happen to be, frankly, they're quite wealthy. And if we want to replicate that in a lot of cities that aren't nearly as wealthy, they're going to need a lot more support.
Yeah, we have so many tracks that we can elaborate and pick up on, but we have so little time. But we've heard from, Christine, you talked about many actors emerging, juggling of roles. There are also many financing tools that's emerging, that's available, but yet to be used. In terms of the social housing sector, there's a lot of potential as well, but obstacles. And then there's this neighborhood and cities coordination is the keyword that pop out listening to you. So I just want to check on the time, Clara. Okay, yeah. But maybe it's yeah, I think the best way to do this is I'm just gonna go to each of you again, and I would like you to think about keywords or key phrases, okay, that comes to mind as a takeaway for our audience today when thinking about financing on a neighborhood scale. Whether it's making a community of actors come together or, yeah, establishing dialogue amongst the actors, whatever. Yeah, so shall I start in the same order?
Sure, make it quick. So I'm just going to go with the word understanding, and I think that's because there's so many different groups, and when you bring in private finance in the much broader sense of the word, typically, you know, that's a group that hasn't worked very well in the past with public sector, with communities, etc. And I was going to go for the word trust, but I thought maybe that was too ambitious at this stage. So I didn't want to set the bar too high because I realised, you know, trust has to be earned and gained over time. But I thought at least if we start with understanding of what the incentives are, what each group has to deliver for their own stakeholders, then maybe gradually that trust will build over time. So, yeah. Thought start there.
Knowing that you use the word, I will go with will. I will go with will because I believe, as I mentioned, as Julian mentioned, the will of collaboration between the different actors is one of the key aspects that they need to be put in place in order to find this as the final solution. This public-private collaboration that Julian mentioned before, and all the different types of financial solutions need the will of collaboration and the will from the political sides also to create the framework and not moving it, not changing it every year, to really to put in place all these situations. So knowing that understanding is already used, I will go with the word will.
Thank you. Julian?
Not easy. So I mean, it's just 2 words, but reality check. Does it count as one word? Reality check. Good, yeah, because actually, depending on the situation we are, there will be different solutions. I mean, we know for new construction, actually, we know what should be the end outcome, because indeed, as mentioned by Julien earlier from the European Commission, there are obligations as of 2030 regarding the new construction. So we know basically that when you build something new, it has to reach a certain level. So there's no way to negotiate that in a way when you discuss with the private sector. That could make things in a way quite sometimes tricky because I mean this will be there's no way for negotiation on that. While for the renovation, if I just go for a minute on that, yeah, it's important really to look at where we want to go. Looking at the best way to reduce CO2 by mixing energy efficiency with renewable energy doesn't necessarily mean to go the highest possible on the energy efficiency side or the highest possible on the renewable energy side. And we need to be clever because we want to do scale. We want to really renovate a lot, so we have to be clever on that. And we have to be realistic about what the private sector can be expected to do, and therefore be ready also as a public sector to mobilize necessary funding to attract them on both renovation and new construction.
I'll do a hyphenated word instead of 2 words. It would be long term. We need to move away from sort of 3-year projects and stop-start cycles so that we can develop a pipeline and build experiences and learning curves so that we can actually, rather than worrying about doing the fastest rollout possible, which is important, the most durable rollout so we can keep chipping away at the challenge.
Yeah, thoughtful. Yeah, very understanding of incentives, will of collaboration. We also need reality checks, and we need to think long term. I think in wrapping up, a keynote speaker earlier talked about this happy cartoon that we all like with solar panels and happy citizens. Yeah, but if we look closer at this picture, there are so many more actors at play, and they need coordination. So perhaps besides integrated energy design, is also we need integrated financing instruments. There's a whole suite of actors that needs to be followed when we are talking about large-scale neighborhood development in that ambition. Yeah, and with that, I think I'll close the session with these keywords and phrases from the panelists for your food for thought. And other than Bergia, he has to rush to the airport like right now for his flight. The other 3, and you too? Right, okay. But 2 more panelists will be available for you to further consult. So yeah, thank you very much, all of you, and thank you very much for your time. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, obviously we also spoke for ages, so yeah.
And they're asking me for advice on financing.
Actually, it's quite interesting for research too.
Thanks, Caroline. The panel. We are now approaching the end, so I would like to invite one of our final speakers for the closing remarks. That is Karel van der Putten. Sorry for my Dutch. So he's policy officer for social economy at DG GROW at the European Commission. So I think it would be nice to hear from you, especially because DG GROW is going to be responsible for the European strategy for housing construction this next 2026. How do you see the landscape, how the main concept of positive energy districts that we've been discussing today could be taken on board in that strategy, and as well acknowledging that digitalization, which is also part of your, I believe, responsibilities, is a key component of the neighborhood approach of the syn.ikia project, using many digital tools such as the digital cloud, grey box modules to allow for the energy flexibility. How would you take that on board, and what's the position of the European Commission to facilitate this green transition in the built environment, also considering social sustainability aspects? Thanks.
This one? Okay. Hello, good afternoon. It's always a painful exercise to speak to an audience that has been together since, I think, 10 o'clock in the morning, and then they send somebody from the Commission to give some boring talks to you. That is always a pleasure, but still, I will not take too much of your time, because I understood there is always also a cocktail, so there is at least some bright perspective. The weather is also not too bad today for Belgian standards. But still, I will do my act, and I will give you some more information about the latest developments in the Commission related to housing. I've been listening to Sorka and Julien, who I know for quite a while, and actually they took already many of the things I wanted to discuss, so I will not repeat all those elements. But first of all, it's of course, and I will maybe give it a sort of not a personal touch, but a bit an insight in how the work in DG GROW, which is the Directorate General for Industry, SMEs, Internal Market and Entrepreneurship, how even in my directorate, social housing has been a point of attention since many years. That all started in 2020. You all know COVID-19 crisis, major issues that came to the surface, also related to housing. We had the stories of nurses that had to commute a lot of time towards the hospitals, and that made clear that actually those nurses in big metropoles could not even live close to their job because it was not affordable. For example, in big metropoles to live close to a hospital. We had the problems of people living in social housing facilities that were not adapted for being stuck all the time, for telework purposes, for all the heavy measures that we saw in COVID-19. And that all culminated in a push to do something about it, or to work more together with the sector of social housing more closely to find solutions. And at that moment, there was also a big interest to promote and to put back on track the construction sector. At that particular time was in very heavy weather, a lot of troubles for new contracts, a lot of disruptions, a lot of delays, and so on and so forth. So that's where a lot of different people came around the table, discussed a lot with the sector, mainly with Housing Europe, to develop the Affordable Housing Initiative. The Affordable Housing Initiative was a sort of pilot initiative at EU level to support all different aspects that are coming at the crossroads of supporting construction and renovation of social housing. And at that time, the renovation wave was also in the pipeline. So this all culminated together with this pilot initiative, and it had the idea to have a very cross-sectoral approach, a very cross methodology approach to renovation of social housing facilities. Why is that so important? Because in the Commission we had first not really a big policy interest, I will not say interest, but experience in the different domains that are related to social housing. We had the regional policy on the one hand. We had social policy, for example, discussing the elements of homelessness. And then we had the construction sector. But there are much more things that are relevant to social housing. For example, at that time, another element that came to the surface was the issue of the big platforms in tourism. So the Airbnb platforms of today that put a lot of pressure on affordability of housing, for example, in major tourist hubs, but also in huge capitals. So that all of a sudden became also a point of interest, and all was combined in very different views. We didn't decide to tackle all of this because we are certainly not capable as a small unit in DG GROW, but still we were attracted by a very particular aspect of the housing world, and that's a social housing provider. So I think Sorka already explained pretty well, and other speakers as well, that this is the non-profit sector, as many people know, but also the cooperative sector that offers and is also a developer of new dwellings in many areas, many cities, and that also manages to keep affordability possible, even in very popular destinations, tourist destinations, but also major metropoles. So this is where we focus the affordable housing on. We wanted to make this sector, we want to invest in this sector to be capable, to be a leader in terms of renovation, in terms of new build, in terms of construction, and to engage in projects like we have seen today. The essential element was the neighborhood approach, to focus and to support neighborhood renovations, engaging with many different parties around the table. So not just construction companies, not just social housing companies, but also tenants. Unions of tenants is a very interesting element to combine and to work on different areas of innovation. We have seen today mainly the crossroad of digital innovation and technical innovation, but there is also such a thing as social innovation, which is in the area where I'm coming from, the social economy, a very important driver for change. How did we boost that in the Affordable Housing Initiative is to boost projects to think how to communicate with tenants, how to communicate about a project, how to communicate upfront and not just say it as a sort of a given to people that are living in those districts subject of renovation, that this is what will happen to you, and you have no say in that. And these social innovation methodologies are actually a way to upfront already engage with tenants, to discuss and to also hear them in what they need in terms of renovation of a district or a neighborhood. So this is one of the particular things that you didn't find yet in all these projects that were dealing with social and affordable housing in the Commission. And there other elements were combined. For example, technology was very much promoted in the Affordable Housing Initiative on how to excel and how to perform better the renovation standards, how to map the needs of the tenants, how to also have economies of scale when you adopt a certain new technology that was not available in the social housing sector before. Maybe more state-of-the-art domotics that are usually very expensive, but if you make a sort of standard version of that fulfill the needs of the tenants, for example, more vulnerable groups, that might be very beneficial to adopt in such projects. But of course, and that is the essential bottom line of the Affordable Housing Initiative, you need a lot of capacity building for that. You need to train people who are working on those projects, social housing providers, companies that are owning social housing dwellings or that are servicing those on behalf of municipalities. Julia was talking about public-private partnerships. This is, of course, a very interesting crossroad where public and private actors are coming together, but also need to understand those dynamics, need to understand those new technologies that are at stake, and how to implement those in an affordable manner when setting up renovation schemes. So this is a small history about the Affordable Housing Initiative and how it links also to the project of today. It's a combination of different elements of innovation and support of capacity building. Of course, it's not about the Affordable Housing Initiative today that I want to speak to you. It's also about a broader agenda, because this was 5 years ago, and in the meantime we have seen all of a sudden we have a commissioner for housing. We have a task force on housing established. Sorka already explained the different committees and task forces that are popping up everywhere in different European institutions, but that is a very important message. These things didn't exist before, and this is a very boring way to say that Europe is working on new policy where it has not a lot of competences. So I also need to make that clear to the audience, to people that think that Europe can change and can force my member state to invest or change a regulation. This is still majorly and dominantly member state competence. So we have certain tools to act on, for example, the investment platform. Several people already referred to that. So we can mobilize massively via the EIB It's for the moment 10 billion for the first 2 years. This is something where we can act. So to de-risk, to provide guarantees, to provide private capital towards the project. But on the other hand, there is regulation, there is urban planning, there is spatial planning. Those elements are still very much in the hands of member states. What we can do is to give best practices on how to change, on how to build a strategy to make those more performant, and also to show with studies, with figures, with data on how a certain spatial planning approach might be much more beneficial in terms of affordability, or might very much harm in terms of affordability and access to decent and sustainable housing. All these things are in practice already explained in the two panels I heard before, but the role of the EU is very much to give guidance, to exchange, to provide also test, to provide money, to seed capital, to test like this project particularly, and then it's for the member states to scale. We can help a little bit with scale, for example, through cohesion. Again, there was already a reference made to the new multi-financial framework, the MFF, a very difficult or abstract word for the budget of the EU for the next 7 years. There is an engagement to double cohesion funding for housing infrastructure. That's a very important engagement of the Commission. But again, we need to be prudent here, because we might create the expectation that we will all of a sudden push so much money into the market that the EU will fully pay for all those renovations needed. If you look at the figures, what the need is, 57 billion annually only for social housing. This is not even close to the budgetary need. So there will be much more than only European money, than only public money at the local level, and therefore also this private side aspect is very important. And therefore the link with the EIB is essential. A few other elements that need to be tackled is also the industry. I'm working for DG Grow, a very dominant DG in terms of construction industry and support. How to engage those in project. We have seen excellent projects of public-private collaboration, not only on project development, but also at a local strategy. If you look at Denmark, where the commissioner is coming from, I'm very happy that he is coming from that country, because Denmark is very much a pioneer where the non-profit private social housing sector engages with industry and the municipalities, kind of a triple helix in very different cities, to jointly develop a strategy. To also make a sort of pledge where, for example, I believe it's in Aarhus, where the public authorities tell to construction companies, to developers, listen, there is land that you can use to develop profitable housing, but we want also you to invest in a certain part of these. We are capable and willing to liberate this land for you to use for your construction projects, but we also want you to invest in social and affordable dwellings on behalf and in return on that. And these type of trade and deals that are made at the local level are very interesting to look at and are generally accepted as very good practices. Again, there we as the Commission can play a major role. I could go on for quite a while on very different areas related to social housing policies, but I think those are the main elements. And actually today is one of the most important days, because there is a major, you probably have heard, a major event happening at the European Parliament as we speak, where all the important people, except you in the room, of course, are gathering to kick off basically this European initiative to reach more affordable and sustainable housing in this college. I think it's crucial to engage for you, not only at project level. Today, this is, of course, very meaningful in terms of learnings, in terms of capacity building, in terms of ideas on how to approach a certain topic in the sector. But I think it's also very important to engage at the highest level. What do I mean by that? Today and in the next weeks, several consultations will open, all these famous colleges, committees, whatever. I think it's important via Housing Europe, but also via your individual capacity to support and to give your ideas on what should happen at European level in all the areas that I mentioned. Many people tell me, yeah, you are not really listening to that when we contribute. That's really not true. And those consultations are mandatory, and it's part of the better regulation agenda, so how we have to develop initiatives and legislation. But we are forced to look at it. We are forced to map it. We are forced to look at the most dominant areas that are collected through such consultations. And what I see, and certainly I have an experience broader than the non-profit social housing sector and the non-profit sector in general, those organizations are not a big fan of consultations. Usually they are very underrepresented, but that's really, really a big issue. So therefore my play when certainly in these times when consultations are opening and many major political changes are ahead of us, please be part of those consultations, but also please reach out at the highest level to commissioners, to our directors, to our director generals, to make your play for the sector and to show what is really necessary, because big industries are also doing that, and therefore the non-profit and cooperative sector should be part of that. That's my last message to you, but I think it's one of the most important ones, because everything I said before probably you know or you had already heard, but at least I was asked to make a short summary of that. Thank you very much. I wish you a successful continuation here in Brussels, and have a great cocktail. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Carol. So we take note that we need to answer to the open consultations with the main lessons from the project to bring the message and the needs to a higher level. And now we will go back to the main brains of the project. So Nikki Gaetani from NTNU and Ariel Gustafsson, professor in building physics at NTNU as well, who are going to say the last words to wrap up the project, to bring it to an end, and to take us to the cocktail.
Thank you, Clara. Thank you, everyone, for all these inspiring discussions we had today. It's good to have Ariel here with me. I know that Ariel has experience for a similar project on zero-emission buildings, zero-emission neighborhoods from Norway. So I was wondering, okay, what was new in syn.ikia? What was, let's say, some key takeaways if you also compare to what you know?
It's so much information. I don't know where to start. I have 11 pages of notes. Mm-hmm. I think I should read through them, right?
No.
Yeah, you see my slide, right? I think we can group it under 4 headings and try to be quite specific. I think it's quite amazing that you have worked together in collaboration. 15 partners from 7 countries, and also towards a common goal of sustainable plus energy neighborhoods. And it's also nice to see both private and public stakeholders involved in the research. And also like the 4 real-life demonstration projects spanning, I think it was 363 housing units in 4 climate zones. They have been designed, constructed, monitored, and evaluated as proof of the concept. And they also show the effectiveness and the viability on the sustainable plus energy neighborhoods. What about you, Nikki? What do you think?
I think what is important in syn.ikia, at least for me, is that we managed to demonstrate what we envisioned at the beginning of the project. And I guess this will be, I heard so many times today, it is important to have examples from the ground. And we saw this. This is what we did. It's possible. So I think this should be one of the key takeaways from syn.ikia. I know that we don't have much time, and we are also eager to celebrate, and there is a cocktail waiting for us. Do we want to say more, or we want to wrap it up?
We can wrap it up, but I think we can try to give some words about where to go from here.
Yes.
How do we bring the knowledge forward?
Hmm.
I think I have a slide showing that.
Yes, we talked about it the previous, I think. Oh yes, that's the way forward. We are finalizing this amazing project by delivering the Sustainable Plus Energy Neighbourhood Compass. This will be finalized in the next week. So we invite you to look into this final outcome of the project, where we actually include the key lessons learned, solutions, different tools that we develop within the duration of the project, but also looking at the future. Yes, we give suggestions and propose, even in terms of regulatory changes or in terms of financial schemes or business models. So that's my main message. I invite you to look at the Compass and follow our news, or also get to know our demos and inspire for the next steps. And now I think it's time to celebrate.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so let's go out and have fun. Thank you.